डॉक्टर केपी सिंह सर का सर हार्दिक स्वागत, अभिनंदन। हम अभिनंदन करते हैं, इस्तकबाल करते हैं हमारे आज के कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर नसीब सिंह गिल सर का। सर आपका हार्दिक स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है। आइए आगाज करते हैं, शुभारंभ करते हैं दीप प्रज्वलन की पावन परंपरा के साथ। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी हमारे गणमान्य अतिथि महोदयों से, आज के कार्यक्रम के अध्यक्ष प्राचार्य महोदय डॉक्टर कृष्णकांत गुप्ता जी से, कि दीप प्रज्वलन की पावन परंपरा से आज के कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ करें। माँ सरस्वती की प्रतिमा के समक्ष दीप प्रज्वलन से आगाज होता हुआ 2 दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस का रोल ऑफ आईसीटी ड्यूरिंग कोविड-19 organized by Department of Computer Science and Learning Resource Center, sponsored and approved by DRDO, शुभम करोति कल्याणम आरोग्यम धन संपदा शत्रु बुद्धि विनाशाय दीपकाय नमस्तुते, दीपकाय नमस्तुते। दीप के इस प्रकाश से अज्ञानता का अंधकार दूर हो, ऐसी मंगल कामना दीप प्रज्वलन के माध्यम से की जाती है। समस्त विश्व का कल्याण दो दिवसीय इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस का शुभारंभ होता हुआ दीप प्रज्वलन के माध्यम से। दीप प्रज्वलन के पश्चात मां शारदे को नमन करते हैं। समस्त शुभ कार्यों का आरंभ मां सरस्वती की वंदना के साथ आइए करते हैं, जो लेकर आ रही है महाविद्यालय की स्वर कोकिला नूतन।
सा 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 ग ग ग प प प नि 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 सा 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 ग ग ग प प प नि 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 सा 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 ग ग ग प प प नि 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 सा सा। जय मां सरस्वती भवानी, जय मां सरस्वती भवानी, जय मां सरस्वती भवानी। दयानी दुख हारिणी, दयानी दुख हारिणी, पाप विनाशिनी, बुद्धि वरदायिनी। जय मां सरस्वती भवानी, जय मां सरस्वती भवानी। श्वेत हार गलमाल विराजे, श्वेत हार गलमाल विराजे, कर वीणा ध्वनि मधुर सुनावे, कर वीणा ध्वनि मधुर सुनावे। ri sa ri ga ri sa ri ga pa ni pa pa sa ri pa ni ga ri sa ni pa ga ri ga pa ni sa ri ga pa re ni sa ri sa ri ga pa ni sa जय मां सरस्वती भवानी जय मां सरस्वती भवानी जय 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 सुर नर मुनि गावे जय 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 सुर नर मुनि गावे दश विधि श्याम ध्यान लगावे दश विधि श्याम ध्यान लगावे विनती करहु शरण दे माता विनती करहु शरण दे माता अंत भितम हो धारणी जय मां सरस्वती भवानी जय मां सरस्वती भवानी जय मां सरस्वती भवानी। धन्यवाद।
7 सुरों से माँ सरस्वती को नमन करती महाविद्यालय की मलिकाए तरन्नुम नूतन। और आइए साथियों, अब महाविद्यालय की उपलब्धियों की एक झलकी कॉलेज एंथम के रूप में देखते हैं। स्क्रीन पर कॉलेज एंथम।
उन्नति का सफर सच की हो डगर, उन्नति का सफर सच की हो डगर। कुछ करे हम कल से भी बेहतर, आसमां से भी ऊंचा हो नाम हमारा, आसमां से भी ऊंचा हो नाम हमारा। एक यही ख्वाब है बस हमारा। दिशाओं में सभी
ज्ञान की रोशनी
हो, दिशाओं में सभी। ना चले जहालत की आंधियाँ, ना चले जहालत की आंधियाँ। या अब कभी आगे बढ़ते चले, आगे बढ़ते चले, बदलाव से मिल गले, ना दिखे राह तो मशाल से हम जले, हम जले, हम जले। आगे बढ़े, उड़ चले, उड़ चले, उड़ चले।
नन्ही परिया हमारी, नन्ही परिया हमारी,
नारी सशक्तिकरण से सबरे धरा ये सारी, नारी सशक्तिकरण से सबरे धरा ये सारी,
सबरे धरा ये सारी, सबरे धरा सारी।
सबको मिलती रहे शिक्षा की रोशन डगर, सबको मिलती रहे शिक्षा की रोशन डगर, ना रुके कदम पथ में कांटे भी हो अगर, ना रुके कदम पथ में कांटे भी हो अगर। अग्रवाल महाविद्यालय है भव्य विद्यालय, अग्रवाल महाविद्यालय है भव्य विद्यालय, ज्ञान विज्ञान खेल कला संगीत ललित रंगधाम, ज्ञान विज्ञान खेल कला संगीत ललित रंगधाम। तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय, तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय, तेरा पावन संदेश पाकर विद्या का वरदान,
पाकर विद्या का वरदान।
नव निर्माण अब गाले, जय हे, जय हे, जय हे, जय हे, जय हे।
करूंगी हमारे आज के गणमान्य अतिथि महोदयों से हमारे चीफ गेस्ट, हमारे गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर, हमारे कीनोट स्पीकर, हमारे चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर किशन कांत गुप्ता जी, हमारे आज की इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के कन्वीनर, को कन्वीनर, आप सभी से कि आप कृपया मंच पर अपना स्थान लें और मंच की शोभा बढ़ाएं, मंच को शोभायमान करें। आप सभी से मैं अनुरोध करूंगी इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के कन्वीनर, को कन्वीनर, आयोजन सचिव, मंच की शोभा बढ़ाते हुए हमारे मुख्य अतिथि महोदय, हमारे सम्मान्य अतिथि महोदय, और अब हमारे अतिथियों का औपचारिक सम्मान की ये कड़ी मैं सबसे पहले अनुरोध करूंगी हमारे आज की कार्यक्रम की अध्यक्षता कर रहे हमारे प्राचार्य महोदय डॉक्टर किशन कांत गुप्ता जी सर से कि आप हमारे आज के चीफ गेस्ट प्रोफेसर दिनेश कुमार सर को पौधा भेंट कर उनका औपचारिक मान सम्मान करें। हार्दिक स्वागत। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी डॉक्टर रामचंद्र सर, जो इस 2 दिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस के कन्वीनर हैं, आप हमारे गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर डॉक्टर केपी सिंह सर को पौधा भेंट कर उनका औपचारिक मान सम्मान करें, स्वागत करें। हार्दिक स्वागत। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी आयोजक सचिव डॉक्टर सचिन सर से, आप हमारे कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर नसीब सिंह गिल सर का स्वागत करें, अभिनंदन करें पौधा भेंट कर। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी डॉक्टर रामचंद्र सर, डॉक्टर गीता गुप्ता मैम, आप हमारे आज के चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर किशन कांत गुप्ता जी को पौधा भेंट कर उनका औपचारिक स्वागत करें, मान सम्मान करें, जिनकी सत्प्रेरणा से इस 2 दिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन संभव सिद्ध हो सका, हमारे प्राचार्य महोदय। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी डॉक्टर सचिन सर, आयोजन सचिव, आप हमारे इस 2 दिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस के कन्वीनर डॉक्टर रामचंद्र सर को पौधा भेंट कर उनका स्वागत करें। डॉक्टर रामचंद्र सर इस 2 दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस के कन्वीनर। मैं गुजारिश करूंगी मैडम मोहिनी वर्मा जी से, आप हमारे आयोजन सचिव डॉक्टर सचिन गर्ग जी को पौधा भेंट कर उनका स्वागत करें। मैं गुजारिश करूंगी डॉक्टर सारिका, डॉक्टर रेखा सेन मैम, आप हमारी को कन्वीनर डॉक्टर गीता गुप्ता जी को पौधा भेंट कर इस 2 दिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस में उनका स्वागत करें। इस 2 दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस की को कन्वीनर मैडम डॉक्टर गीता गुप्ता। स्वागत की इस कड़ी के पश्चात मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के कन्वीनर डॉक्टर रामचंद्र सर को। आप स्वागत भाषण हेतु कृपया मंच पर आएं। डॉक्टर रामचंद्र सर।
Very good morning to one and all present here, and thank you for joining us on the occasion of the 2 days in the International Conference on Role of Library, Role of Information and Communication Technology during COVID-19. It is a great pleasure for me on behalf of the organizing committee to extend you a warm welcome on the occasion of the inaugural function of the conference. I feel honored to welcome our chief guest, Professor Dinesh Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Gurugram University, Gurugram. Sir, you are a well-renowned personality and is known for his sincere administrator and achievements in the field of academics. With his vision, the institution has received great heights. Sir, we are honored to have you as our chief guest at the inaugural function of 2 days conference. Thank you for accepting our invitation and blessing for us, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It is a great pleasure to welcome our Honorable Chairperson Dr. Kishan Kant Gupta ji, Principal Aggarwal College and Patron of the conference. Dr. Kant is academician par excellence and a visionary in academics. He holds a doctorate in field of physics and has been an outstanding researcher with many national and international publications in his credits. Under his able guidance, the college has organized various national and international conferences working with you, sir. Over these years has truly opened a great experience for me. Sir, you are always a source of inspiration and motivation for us. I was once again thankful to you, sir, for supporting us organizing this international conference. Thank you very much, sir. It is a great pleasure to welcome such a noted personality as our guest of honor, Dr. K.P. Singh, Director, ER and IPR, DRDO, New Delhi. Sir, on behalf of the organizing committee, extend a very welcome to you. We are really thankful to you, sir, for sparing the time out of your busy schedule and grace the occasion with your presence, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I also welcome and express my sincere appreciation to our keynote speaker, Dr. Naseeb Singh Gilji, Professor and Head Department of Computer Science. Dr. Singh is a well-known faculty in the field of computer science. Thank you for accepting our invitation and grace the occasion with your words of wisdom and knowledge, sir. Sir, we look forward to have a great learning experience with you, sir. Last but not the least, on behalf of the Aggarwal College and all the organizing committee of the conference, I extend a warm welcome to all the invited speakers, delegates, students, faculty members of the college for joining us. I will convey my regards to the chief guest, chairperson, guest of honor, and our keynote speaker for the day. Once again, thanks and welcome all of you, and wish the conference will be a grand success with your presence. Thank you very much, everyone.
बहुत बहुत आभार डॉक्टर रामचंद्र सर, और निसंदेह आपकी गरिमा में और आइए साथियों, आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं मंच पे आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी इस 2 दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस की को कन्वीनर डॉक्टर गीता गुप्ता जी को। आप हमें जो थीम ऑफ द कॉन्फ्रेंस है वो हमसे साझा करें। डॉक्टर गीता गुप्ता।
Respected Principal Sir, Dr. Krishnakant Gupta, Chairperson of this conference, Chief Guest, Professor Dinesh Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Gurugram University, Guest of Honor, Dr. K.P. Singh, Director of ER and IPR, Ministry of Defense, DRDO, New Delhi, Keynote Speaker, Professor Naseeb Singh Gill, Head, Department of Computer Science, MD University, Rohtak, Invited Speakers, Convener, Dr. Ramchandra, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Sachin Garg, colleagues, participants from different corners of the world, I deem it as a privilege to welcome you all in this inaugural function of 2-day international conference. I welcome you all, sir. Or rate of growth have been remarkably similar. The unifying factor in all responses has been home isolation, quarantine of the infected, movement and travel limitations, the shutdown of workplaces, and the enforcement of social separation, as in the case of unprecedented calamity in the form of COVID-19 that has devastated the world and posed a threat to normal lifestyle. The only relief came in the form of ICT, which helped the roots of positivity to spread to all the corners of the world. In this scenario, ongoing online activities allow for an alternative way of living, working, and providing goods and services. The advent of ICT has changed the nature of sharing, storing, dissemination, and amalgamation of information. ICT has endowed society with a huge array of possibilities during the last few decades, completely altering the way we live. We see a total shift in the methods and processes of numerous areas such as medical, tourism, finance, business, education, and so on. Government and public sector organizations around the world are relying on ICT to reform the functionality of the system and provide enhanced service delivery methods for their citizens living around. Today, everyone is talking about Fourth Industrial Revolution and Education 4.0. Few days ago, I read a news in newspaper that Metaverse company owned by Mark Zuckerberg is developing the world's first artificial intelligence supercomputer. In future, we may see a revolution in this field. Change is the only constant in life, and ICT motivated everyone to change majorly for good, as the fire to learn novel things has rekindled for all. Modern problems require modern solutions, and the only solution to the decreasing scope of physical interaction is ICT. And the challenges that lies ahead is to bridge the gap between the positives of physical learning and the reach of ICT. I expect that this conference will provide a platform to all the stakeholders to exchange and share their experiences and research outcomes on innovation and technology, and discuss the various issues and practical problems encountered and solution adopted. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत आभार डॉक्टर गीता गुप्ता, को कन्वीनर इस 2 दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस की। साथियों, अब एक बहुत ही गौरवशाली क्षण जिसके हम साक्षी बनने जा रहे हैं, पुस्तक विमोचन की ये कड़ी। और इस कड़ी में सबसे पहले जो पुस्तक का टाइटल है रोल ऑफ आईसीटी ड्यूरिंग कोविड-19, जो ये 2 दिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस जिसके विषय पे आयोजित की जा रही है, मैं अपने सभी सम्मानित अतिथियों से अनुरोध करूंगी कि पुस्तक विमोचन का ये जो गौरवशाली क्षण है, इसके हम सभी साक्षी आज बनेंगे। और पुस्तक विमोचन का ये गरिमामयी क्षण हमारे सम्मान्य अतिथियों, मुख्य अतिथियों और अध्यक्ष महोदय के कर कमलों द्वारा आज ये होता हुआ रोल ऑफ आईसीटी ड्यूरिंग कोविड-19। मैं पढ़ रही हूँ। जोरदार तालियां। बहुत ही सुंदर क्षण ये, और ये कैमरे में कैद होता हुआ। साथ ही साथ आज दूसरी पुस्तक जो अग्रवाल कॉलेज बल्लभगढ़ ने 2021 में 4-5 अक्टूबर में इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस कराई थी, उसका विमोचन आज होगा। श्री बिंजई सिटी नागपुर कॉलेज और अग्रवाल कॉलेज के संयुक्त तत्वाधान में आयोजित अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस की ये पुस्तक, एडिटर ऑफ एडिटिंग बुक डॉक्टर किशन कांत गुप्ता, डॉक्टर रामचंद्र, डॉक्टर मोहिनी टी। और इस पुस्तक का शीर्षक मार्केटिंग ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन प्रोडक्ट्स एंड सर्विसेज। पुस्तक विमोचन की इस कड़ी में ये दूसरी पुस्तक। जोरदार तालियां साथियों। गौरवमयी क्षण। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। आइए इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस के कार्यक्रम की कड़ी को आगे बढ़ाते हैं और कीनोट स्पीकर के रूप में हमारे बीच उपस्थित हैं डॉक्टर नसीब सिंह गिल सर। सर, आप अपनी सेवाएं और अपना बहुमूल्य ज्ञान हमें समय समय पे देते हैं, हमारे महाविद्यालय में पधारते हैं और हमारे निमंत्रण को स्वीकार कर हमारा मान सम्मान रखते हैं। हम इसके लिए आपके आभारी हैं। प्रोफेसर नसीब सिंह गिल सर को मंच पे बुलाने से पहले मैं आपका संक्षिप्त परिचय अपने सभी साथियों से साझा करना चाहूंगी। प्रोफेसर नसीब सिंह गिल, आप सीनियर मोस्ट प्रोफेसर और हेड हैं डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ कंप्यूटर साइंस एंड एप्लीकेशन, एमडीयू यूनिवर्सिटी रोहतक। आपको लगभग 31 साल से ज्यादा का अनुभव है। आप डायरेक्टरेट ऑफ डिस्टेंस एजुकेशन और साथ ही साथ डायरेक्टर ऑफ डिजिटल लर्निंग सेंटर, एमडीयू यूनिवर्सिटी रोहतक के रूप में अपनी सेवाएं दे रहे हैं। आपकी मुख्य उपलब्धियों में मैं बताना चाहूंगी कि आप 3 बार हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट के रूप में लगातार 9 साल अपनी सेवाएं दे रहे हैं। साथ ही साथ आप डायरेक्टर यूनिवर्सिटी कंप्यूटर सेंटर, डायरेक्टर डायरेक्टरेट ऑफ डिस्टेंस एजुकेशन, डायरेक्टर एमडी यूनिवर्सिटी एलुमनाई, डायरेक्टर पब्लिक रिलेशन के रूप में अपनी बहुमूल्य सेवाएं दे चुके हैं। आपने अपनी जो पीएचडी की डिग्री है ब्रूनोल यूनिवर्सिटी वेस्ट लंदन यूके 2001 में प्राप्त की है और आपको कॉमनवेल्थ फेलोशिप अवार्ड ऑफ ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट से साल 2001 में नवाजा गया है। एक बार जोरदार तालियां। साथ ही साथ आपको बेस्ट पेपर अवार्ड बाय कंप्यूटर सोसाइटी ऑफ इंडिया से 1994 में नवाजा गया है। आपके 304 से भी ज्यादा शोध पत्र जो हैं पब्लिश हो चुके हैं और 5 प्रसिद्ध पुस्तकें आपकी आई हैं और विभिन्न प्रबंध कमेटियों में आप सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट के रूप में, जैसे कि यूजीसी, आईएसीटीई, नेक, एनबीए, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एचआरडी, इनमें सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट के रूप में अपनी सेवाएं देते रहते हैं। ऐसी बहुमुखी प्रतिभा के धनी प्रोफेसर नसीब सिंह गिल सर आज हमारे बीच पधारे हैं। सर, मैं बहुत ही आदर और मान सम्मान के साथ आपको मंच पे आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी। एक बार जोरदार तालियां।
Thanks a lot, Supriya, for introducing me so nicely to all the distinguished luminaries and the audience. Honorable Chief Guest of this 2 days international conference, Professor Dinesh Kumarji. Guest of honor, Professor K.P. Singh, Director, Defense Research and Development Organization, Government of India. The organizing team of this 2 days international conference and the chief patron and the principal of the college, Dr. K.K. Gupta ji, convener of the conference, Dr. Ramchandra ji, organizing secretary, Dr. Sachin, co-convener, Dr. Geeta ji, all the senior colleagues of the dais, our distinguished participants, attendees, researchers, and all attendees who have joined this platform through virtual mode online. I'm indeed very thankful to Dr. K.K. Gupta, sir, that you got me an opportunity and your entire organizing committee gave me this opportunity to be with you all this morning as a part of this inaugural occasion. To be very honest, all the times when I move towards this college, it always gets me a feeling of homecoming. Because as and when I've been invited on different occasions in different capacities, as a teacher, as an examiner, as a member of governing body, and all such occasions, indeed, it has always been a very, very learning experience for me alone. And what all the luminaries who are right now on the dais before, I say they all are Karam Yodhas, and who are in their own a big inspiration for me. And that's why I just deem this occasion to be a very, very learning for me to be part of this dais sharing. And in the sequence, when I was just witnessing the progressive journey of the college, which have been showcased so wonderfully well under the dynamic leadership of the entire management, backed up and initiated with the Dhabaja in the hands of Dr. K.K. Gupta, I would indeed congratulate you and your entire team. And when you look at the total credentials, which if you just look at in the span of around 10 to 15 years down the line, even in the university sitting in different forums, in the different committees, I have no hitch and ever hesitation in sharing. It is one of the top colleges of this entire state of Haryana. And it's not only showcasing the activities, the landscape in the teaching, learning, even in research. I would also congratulate you, sir, for inculcating that kind of culture within the college that maybe even not in many departments of the universities of state of Haryana. That I would also like to congratulate. One more thing, when I was just looking at, was a theme of this event, that is role of ICT during COVID-19. मेरे लिए एक बड़ा एक धर्म सकते इन सेंस कहाँ से शुरू कहाँ खत्म करूं. And that's why it also reminded me one of the famous couplets of Urdu Shayar. सकूने दिल से एतमाम तो करूं, जरा नजरों से मिले सलाम तो करूं, मुझे तो होश नहीं मशवरा दीजिए फसाना कहाँ शुरू और कहाँ तमाम करूं. मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि इंफॉर्मेशन कम्युनिकेशन एंड टेक्नोलॉजी ने हमें क्या दिया और क्या हम खोना नहीं चाहते, उन दोनों पे हमें एक बराबर नजर बनानी रखनी होगी. अगर आज के टाइम में हम अगर थोड़ा सा आपके पीछे परिप्रेक्ष्य में अगर थोड़ा सा नजर दौड़ाएं, how India has progressed on the front of information and communication technology, I would thank the government of India for taking so much of big initiatives in the name of Digital India, Smart India, Make in India, and Skillful India. And when we're talking about, like, if I could share with you the landscape of higher education in India, as per the official record of University Grants Commission, today 1019 university goes on official rules of University Grants Commission in Republic of India. And we are having approximate 53,650 colleges which are catering to the needs of higher education in India. And that comes out to be approximate 35.7 million students who are pursuing higher education. And no doubt, as a country, I mean, among the world, we are number 2 after China, which is having 41.3 billion population of students pursuing higher education. And if you're talking about like what is being mandated in the name of national education policy and what is being targeted by 2035, 50% gross enrollment ratio that is being targeted. But when it comes to count that we are having so many youth pursuing higher education, then what is going to be contributed to the society as a whole is very, very important. And that's why I would like to share some of the very important ingredients of national education policy. your access, equity, and inclusion. This is a main important. Your initiative as a part of national education policy. So is the what? Creativity, inculcation among youth that would lead to a big innovation that is highly desired among our youth of the present times in India. I'm also reminded of one of the statements made by Steve Wozniak, who was one of the Apple co-founders, who made a statement in 2018 that where is the creativity among Indians? And this statement brought him in a big controversy because Satya Nadella, Sundar Pichai, and if we're talking about the Silicon Valley in California, and even including your Intel, Microsoft, and our leading organization of the United States, more than 50% of the top positions, these are occupied by Indians. What he said, that is Steve Wozniak, he made a statement, what Indians do, they go for a course, they pass the course, they look for a job, they get a job, they get a good house, they get a good spouse, they get a car. Where is the creativity? Friends, if you make a very meticulous diagnosis and dissection of the statement, he is also true. What I am just trying to convey, that is what kind of innovations our Indian researchers have brought. If it comes to count, then it is not a very good state of affairs that we should take on our shoulders with our shoulders high. No. See, out of the total world population, 7.89 billion, 1.35 billion is a alone share of Republic of India. And number one, 1.38 for your China. If you're talking about, now talk about the total resources, the total patents, because what are the different parameters to adjust what is being done innovatively across the globe? That's very important. Either you have to have patents or you have to have innovations. And Professor Dinesh sir spent a lot of time at Cambridge in UK in different capacity, different times. Sir, I also happened to got an opportunity to visit Cambridge, and that too, I would like to make a mention that alone 107 Nobel laureates given by alone Cambridge University. And if we're talking about like in India, with such a huge population, total 12 Nobel Prizes till now. And that too, including many of the Indians which are which particularly were just shifted abroad, even including those. The year 2016 is credited to be one of the very, very important years for researchers that could attract 3.1 million patents across the globe in this New York Patent Office, United States, and out of which Indian credited approximate 46,000 plus our patents. What I'm trying to convey, we are having a huge landscape for higher education. We could be having our lot of manpower at the top of it. The zeal of learning and mentoring our youth, inculcating that kind of research that would indeed inculcate a very good culture of innovation that is indeed lacking. I'm sorry, Professor K.P. Singh, sir, because I've just particularly gone for that kind of in-depth statistics. And only on that basis, it is my own conviction too, because there have been several even IIT senior people who are also facing right now the financial crunch. not only our state universities, Professor Dresser, Vice Chancellor, Gurugram University is also here. Even all state universities are also facing a financial crunch too. The point is, what is very important, that is, we have to have that needful infra to motivate our young generations. And also, as mandated by our national education policy, I'd like to thank the planners who have just got this wonderful, our National Education Policy 2020 document, wherein lot of space, lot of credit transfers, mechanisms, they have been given a wonderful place. And I hope that with passage of time, though State of Haryana and the Chief Minister and all our education leaders, they already have said that it has been implemented, it's being implemented. But to be very honest, lot of spade work, it is yet to be done. And also in terms of, and if I'm talking about like as mandated by National Education Policy 2020, 20% of the credits, it could be earned through our MOOCs courses, right? And obviously, there could be also certain implications I foresee, at least, even in terms of the total staff requirement when it comes to calculate how many faculty you could be needing, even maybe at 20% should be curtailed. But I'm saying, yes, I'm favoring, it should not be curtailed, but those 20% should be even mandating addition of more skills in the name of promoting our research and our these innovations. Friends, today we are passing through our third wave. Why I'm saying this third wave? Initial, first wave, it started way back, long back. That is your industrial wave. Then came internet wave with the evolution and with the arrival of www in true terms in 1995. Then we came and we could see how it could impact all walks of life. Today, we have gone a step much beyond, and that is the wave that is industrial internet. In this industrial internet, not only our this education sector that is highly impacted, I'll be saying, even in manufacturing, 3D printing kind of technologies, they have changed the scenario, and to a great extent of curtailing the cost of production in the manufacturing process, it has gone down even more than 52% in several cases, as reported in the different your bulletins of the several industries. And if you are considering during our this COVID-19, what really could save the teachers and learners? Friends, learning evolved. There was a time that was an apprentice kind of your learning. Our forefathers and the early generations have seen it was one-to-one. Then we moved on to next level of learning. It was one-to-many. That is your teacher-centric. Then it came to what? Many-to-many. That is learner-centric. But friends, today, the kind of that your learning we are all enjoying in this our hugely digitally transformed age, that is your collaboration. And this is also National Education Policy is also promoting, that is collaboration and the local context specific to research, that is also mandated by National Education Policy. And one more thing, more importantly, this digital transformation didn't happen in a day. It took a lot of time, and it has witnessed many things. If I could share with you, that is, there are 4 main ingredients which led to the growth of the digital universe. First, social transformation. Next, mobile growth. Third, analytics. And fourth, cloud. Everybody talks of. And when I'm just sharing, that is how the disruption is taking place today. If I could share with, because among so many our science colleagues are also here, that our disruptive technology, this term, it was first coined by a Harvard professor, M. Clayton, who named two things: disruptive technology and sustaining technology. Sustaining technology are the one which are proven, whereas disruptive technology are the one which could not be proven, but which led to a big impact overall. What I'm trying to convey in the context of the growth of the digital universe, two things: cloud, very important, and artificial intelligence. And when we say what kind of data, every government, maybe I'm simply talking about maybe even a politician, maybe you can say any person, they're not scared of sharing the term, whether they exactly know the real meaning or not. People talks of information, that's your Internet of Things, artificial intelligence. I'm simply talking about, that is 34 years back. Artificial intelligence as a subject we also studied at that time. And artificial intelligence was a term which was coined in that year 65. But the point is, the real meaning of artificial intelligence that is being deployed, tapped, and exploited by the current generation. Reason being, the growth of the data scale, big data we are referring to. And I'm simply telling you, yes, on cloud, I'm just sharing certain statistics of the last 7 to 8 years. 5 times the growth of the useful data, it has gone on to cloud. That was earlier 20%, now it has gone to what, 40%. If you are talking about what is the size of the data, I'd like to share. That is your 4.4 trillion gigabytes. It was in 2013-14. It rose to what? 45 trillion gigabytes. Now look at the scale. If I could share with you, 61.5% of the world population, they are using internet. And I'm just telling you, in India, the percentage of internet users prior COVID-19, it was approximate 41.6%. During COVID-19, if I'm talking about the statistics shared by Cisco, it has gone that's your 829 million. That comes out to be approximate 60%. Look at the scale. And there's a massive growth in what? 222% growth in mobiles. And that's why data never sleeps. You are putting the data to use. And obviously, we as in this academic and research profession, we are blessed to have what? It's a huge impact in our teaching learning. And that's why our MOOCs, massive online courses, massive open online courses, they got a momentum. Government of India, it came with different mission. If I could share, that is NME, National Mission on Education through ICT. As a part of that, they brought NPTEL, they brought EPG Pathshala, they brought Swayam Prabha, they brought National Academic Repository, they brought All India Survey on Higher Education and whatnot, Swayam also. When I'm saying access, equity, and inclusion, friends, there's a very important role, all the digital initiatives. We should be thankful to Government of India to take a right decision at the right time. So this is how things are being, they are just taking shape. But at the same time, yes, when we are using this much of data, so data is what? Data is being used as a fuel. At the top of it, artificial intelligence, machine learning, they are the new electricity. And when I was just referring, yes, where are the disruptions? I think many of our senior people, they would also agree to me. There used to be small, पीले आपके पोस्ट कार्ड होते थे जिसके ऊपर मैसेज लिखे मिलते थे. Do you find? अगर यहाँ पे हॉल में हम बैठे हैं, क्या कोई ऐसा हमारा साथी है जिसके पास कोई नोकिया का फोन हो? एक भी. अगर ये चीज मैंने आज से 11 साल पहले कही होती, तो मेरे ख्याल में आई थिंक मोर देन 80% we owned Nokia phone. Reason is very simple. If we are not aligned with innovation, then we will be a big failure. Maybe an individual, maybe an organization. And what is growth? Growth has to be exponential. Let me share the top 2 companies which have brought innovation: Google and Facebook. If you are talking about, how important is 1 minute on internet? In 1 minute on YouTube, 500 hours of video are uploaded in a single minute. More than 21 million texts, these are sent in a single minute. And approximate 1.2 scrolls on Facebook. Facebook, it was founded in the year 2005, and Google came in 2004. If you surf on the internet, how they have grown, the growth is not your incremental. Growth is that is your exponential. This is how things are changing. And if I could share with you, friends, yes, because everybody, what is the normal average requirement of a usual person? 1.5 GB of data you need. It is your daily requirement. Because your smartphone, it particularly is a main instrumental for planning everything. वो कहते हैं ना, तू डाल तो मैं पात. We also ought to be secure. और हमें अपने उसमें जितने भी resources हैं, we have to keep all the resources very safe. अगर मैं थोड़ा सा आपसे कुछ, सबसे बड़ा आज के अंदर चैलेंज क्या है? साइबर सिक्योरिटी का. अगर मैं आपको बताऊं, आपके दुनिया भर में इंडिया 11वें पायदान पे है. वी आर 11th इन द साइबर क्राइम लैडर. और आप ये कहेंगे कि कितना % ऑफ आपकी वर्ल्ड क्राइम? 3%. और आप ये कहेंगे फ्रॉम कंट्री टू कंट्री द काइंड ऑफ साइबर क्राइम आल्सो वेरीज. यूएस में सबसे ज्यादा 23% के करीब. लेकिन किस वजह से? आपकी फॉर व्हाट रीजंस? वायरसेस. लेकिन इंडिया में पायरेसी. यस, दैट्स ए प्रॉब्लम. और इसलिए हमें अपने रिसोर्सेज को महफूज भी रखना होगा. वो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है. यू आर हैविंग योर मोबाइल. हाउ मेनी ऑफ अस नो कितना हम स्ट्रिंजेंट अपनी एक सिक्योरिटी हम बना सकते हैं. और ये ठीक कहा है, माझी तेरी कश्ती के तलबदार बहुत हैं, इस पार कुछ और उस पार बहुत है. जिस शहर में खरीदी है तूने शीशे की दुकान, उस शहर में पत्थर के खरीदार बहुत है. फ्रेंड्स, मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इस मौके के ऊपर जो आप ये मौका दिया डॉक्टर के गुप्ता जी और उनकी पूरी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम ने, मैं बहुत अभिभूत हूं और मैं बहुत खुश हूं कि मेरे ख्याल में हम आने से पहले प्रोफेसर दिनेश और हम बात कर रहे थे कि पहली बार अब सरकार की तरफ से हमें शायद कुछ छूट मिल रही है 1 फरवरी से शायद फिजिकल मोड में. और आज भी मेरे ख्याल में बहुत दिन के बाद एक इस तरह से रूबरू होने का मौका मिला. और मैं आपका तहे दिल से, हृदय की गहराइयों से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ. सो नाइस. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
बहुत बहुत आभार डॉक्टर नसीब सिंह गिल सर. ज्ञान का अथाह सागर, फलों फूलों से लदी हुई डाली कैसे झुकी हुई होती है, ये आप में साक्षात हमें दिखाई देता है. बहुत ही सहज और सरल और बहुत ही सार गर्भित ज्ञान आपने हमसे साझा किया. मेरे जहन में 4 पंक्तियां आती हैं जो मैं समस्त स्टाफ सदस्यों की ओर से आपको समर्पित करती हूँ कि अपने परिश्रम से नित नए आयाम रचते हैं, उपलब्धियों के 100 आफताब रखते हैं, बना देते हैं गुलिस्ता जहां जाते हैं, बातों के ऐसे गुलाब रखते हैं। ज्ञान रूपी उपवन से जो ये पुष्प आपने हमें दिए हैं, ये बहुत ही मूल्यवान है हमारे लिए। एक बार पुनः आपका बहुत बहुत आभार। और साथियों, आइए आगे बढ़ाते हैं कार्यक्रम को। और हमारे आज के जो गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर हैं डॉक्टर केपी सिंह सर, मैं एक ब्रीफ जो बायोडाटा संक्षिप्त परिचय सर का आपसे साझा करना चाहूंगी। डॉक्टर केपी सिंह सर इज प्रेजेंटली वर्किंग एज ए साइंटिस्ट एफ Directorate of Extramural Research and Intellectual Property Rights, DRDO, headquarter New Delhi. He is MSc Zoology, Master in Library and Information Sciences from University of Delhi, and PhD in Library and Information Science from Sambhalpur University. He has earlier served as Director, National Medical Library from 2015 to 2019, Ministry of Health, New Delhi. He has more than 24 years of experience of middle and senior level library management. His areas of interest are database development and administration and management of library, digitization, library automation, installation of security system. आपको बहुत से अवार्ड और जो पुरस्कार हैं उनसे नवाजा गया। ये एक लंबी लिस्ट है, जिनमें से जो मुख्य हैं वो मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी। हाला कॉम लाइब्रेरियन ऑफ ईयर अवार्ड 2019, विले विजनरी अवार्ड 2017, अवार्ड फॉर एक्सीलेंस इन लाइब्रेरी एंड इंफॉर्मेशन साइंस 2012, इंडियन लाइब्रेरी लीडर्स अवार्ड 2014, विले लाइब्रेरी अवार्ड 2016, यंग लाइब्रेरियन अवार्ड 2010। और ऐसे मैं समझती हूँ कि ज्यादा कुछ कहना सूरज को दीपक दिखाने के समान होगा। और मैं बहुत ही आदर और सम्मान के साथ मंच पे आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी हमारे गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर डॉक्टर केपी सिंह सर को। जोरदार तालियां साथियों।
थैंक यू मैडम। आज के मुख्य अतिथि डॉक्टर दिनेश कुमार गुप्ता जी, वीसी गुरुग्राम यूनिवर्सिटी, वेरी डायनेमिक प्रिंसिपल डॉक्टर कृष्णकांत गुप्ता, अग्रवाल कॉलेज बल्लभगढ़, नसीब सिंह गिल साहब, बहुत ही अच्छा भाषण दिया, हमें कुछ कहने की जरूरत ही नहीं है। और हमारे सचिन कुमार जी, डॉक्टर सचिन कुमार जी, आज कन्वीनर डॉक्टर रामचंद्र, को कन्वीनर डॉक्टर गीता गुप्ता, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन और बाहर से आए हुए मुख्य अतिथि, सभी को नमस्कार। हम छोटा सा अपना लाइब्रेरी साइंस का ही बात करेंगे क्योंकि सर ने आईसीटी का तो रोल बता ही दिया। मैं एक छोटा सा, मेरा वाक्य याद है, एक जयपुर में कॉन्फ्रेंस था, वहाँ एक मैडम थी डॉक्टर किरण तिवारी। उन्होंने वीसी साहब को बोला कि सर मेरी लाइब्रेरी में जो है मैं ई बुक्स और ई जर्नल्स खरीदना चाहती हूँ। तो उन्होंने 3-4 बार बोला, सर ने उनकी बात को अवॉइड कर दिया कि यार ई जर्नल्स ई बुक्स क्या होता है। 2008 की बात है। वो फिर मेरे साथ खड़े हुए थे कि वो बोले केपी सिंह जी, ये मैडम मेरे पीछे पड़ी हुई है, ये ई बुक्स खरीद लेते हैं, ई जर्नल्स खरीद लेते हैं, ये किस काम आएंगे। मैंने तो कॉलेज में इतनी किताबें खरीदी हुई हैं, बच्चे इश्यू करा लेते हैं, रिटर्न करा लेते हैं, घर ले जाकर पढ़ लेते हैं, इसकी कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। तो मैंने कहा सर ऐसा मत करो, आप ऐसा करिए, सपोज लाइब्रेरी बंद है और आपको कोई प्रेजेंटेशन देना है या कुछ यूज़ कर रहा है तो आप ई जर्नल्स को अपने घर में यूज़ कर सकते हैं, पीपीटी बनाने के लिए, कभी भी यूज़ करने के लिए आप कभी भी यूज़ कर सकते हैं। और बुक्स का ऐसा है कि एक किताब किसी ने इश्यू करा लिया, वो अवेलेबल नहीं है और आपको देखना है तो मिलेगा नहीं, तो बुक भी होगा तो उसको आप प्रिंट भी ले सकते हो, चैप्टर वाइज या पेज वाइज, जैसे भी होगा आपके काम आएगा। कह रहा चलो मैं सोचता हूँ, लेकिन ज़रूरत अभी है नहीं। मैंने कहा सोच लो, कोई बात नहीं है। कह रहा आपका क्या विचार है। मैंने कहा मैं आज की डेट में एम्स की लाइब्रेरी देखता हूँ, तो वहाँ हमने करीब 6 करोड़ के आसपास के ई जर्नल्स और ई बुक्स लिया है और वो बहुत यूज़फुल है। यूज़र को लाइब्रेरी में आने का जरूरत नहीं है, अपनी लैब में, अपने डिपार्टमेंट में यूज़ कर सकता है। कह रहे ये तो महंगा लग रहा है कुछ। मैंने कहा सर महंगा होगा कोई बात नहीं है, एक बार में बहुत सारा यूज़र यूज़ कर सकता है। तो सब वो आपकी, मैंने उनका लाइब्रेरी देखा था कि एक रैक में एक सब्जेक्ट का, एक टाइटल का 20-20 किताब था। तो मैंने कहा सर आप एक किताब लेंगे तो आप यूज कर सकते हैं और उसमें बच्चों को कुछ असाइनमेंट भी दे सकते हो घर में भी। खैर वो उन्होंने बात सुन लिया। आज जो हम देख रहे हैं, जो रोल ऑफ आईसीटी और रोल ऑफ ई रिसोर्सेज इन पेंडेमिक, बहुत जबरदस्त रोल रहा है, क्योंकि सभी लाइब्रेरीज बंद रही हैं, रीडिंग रूम बंद रहे हैं, और हम सभी लोग यूजर भी घर में था, सब था। तो उसमें जो है इलेक्ट्रॉनिक इंफॉर्मेशन का यूज करने से जो है वो सब लोगों ने काफी यूज किया है, और मास्क का यूज किया है, सैनिटाइजर यूज किया है, बहुत सारे जो चीजें थी वो हम सब यूज किया है। और एक मेरा एक्सपीरियंस ये है कि पैंडेमिक में, जैसे हम डीआरडीओ में हैं तो मैं आजकल आईपीआर और ईआर देखता हूँ, तो उसमें जो हमारे प्रोजेक्ट थे डिफरेंट इंस्टीट्यूशन में, यूनिवर्सिटीज में, वो प्रोजेक्ट डिले जरूर हुआ है, लेकिन मतलब काम ऐसा नहीं है, रुका नहीं है। वो ई रिसोर्सेज होने की वजह से भी इसका बहुत बड़ा रोल है। और थोड़ा 6 महीना डिले होने की वजह से कोई ऐसी बात नहीं है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं आई है, लेकिन कुछ फर्क पड़ा है। जैसे इसके बाद हम देखते हैं अचीवमेंट, अचीवमेंट क्या हुआ है पेंडेमिक में भी। पेंडेमिक में जो है अचीवमेंट मतलब थोड़ा सा डाउन हुआ है, बट ऐसा नहीं है कि बिल्कुल कुछ नहीं हुआ है। हम देखते हैं आईपीआर कितना फाइल हुआ है, आईपीआर हमारा थोड़ा सा डाउन हुआ है, जो एवरी ईयर होता था वो काफी हुआ है उसमें। मतलब पेंडेमिक होने से हमारा जो चैनल, मतलब जो ब्रिज था इंफॉर्मेशन और रिसर्च के बीच में, वो काफी मजबूत रहा है। तो मैं यही कहूँगा कि आई एडमायर द एफर्ट ऑफ द ऑल वॉलंटियर्स ऑर्गेनाइजर्स ऑफ दिस कॉन्फ्रेंस, होल हार्टेडली इन्वॉल्व इन दिस कॉन्फ्रेंस। और जो हमारा जो लाइब्रेरियन और रिसर्चर है और स्टूडेंट है, देखिए मैं 1 महीना पहले भी देखा हूँ, आजकल ऑनलाइन क्लासेस चल रही हैं, ऑनलाइन क्लासेस चल रही हैं, जो रिसोर्सेज अवेलेबल हैं वो ऑनलाइन क्लास होने से पूरा हो जाता है। अगर रिसोर्सेज नहीं है, हमने पहले से ही, क्योंकि जो जितनी लाइब्रेरीज हैं वो 90s से ही ऑटोमेशन होना स्टार्ट हो गया था, सभी ने सॉफ्टवेयर खरीदना शुरू किया, उसके बाद ई कंटेंट लेना शुरू किया, तो सारी ऑलमोस्ट लाइब्रेरी वो ई लाइब्रेरीज हैं। तो लाइब्रेरी का जो रोल है वो रिसर्च में वो काफ़ी अच्छा रहा है, और हम पहले से तैयार थे, लाइब्रेरी तो बहुत पहले से तैयार थी इस रोल को एक्सेप्ट करने के लिए, और उसको अभी हमारे लाइब्रेरी से प्रूव कर दिया कि पेंडिंग में जो है लाइब्रेरी का रोल बहुत अच्छा रहा है। और उसका 2 एग्जांपल है, देखिए आप। और इसमें मेरे ख्याल से वेबिनार और वीसी के थ्रू जितने भी काम थे, कॉन्फ्रेंस वगैरह निपटाई हैं, और जो मीटिंग्स वगैरह थी वो वीसी के थ्रू हुई हैं, कोई ज़्यादा दिक्कत आई नहीं है। और थैंक यू सो मच।
बहुत बहुत आभार डॉक्टर केपी सिंह सर, आज के गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर, हमारे सम्मानित अतिथि। और बिंदु में सिंधु, यूं कहूं कि गागर में सागर के समान आपने बहुत ही सदे हुए शब्दों में सारगर्भित ज्ञान हमें दिया है। बहुत बहुत आभार आपका। और अब साथियों, आज के कार्यक्रम के अध्यक्ष, अग्रवाल महाविद्यालय को सफलता की परिकाष्ठा तक ले जाने वाले हमारे आदरणीय प्राचार्य महोदय डॉक्टर किशन कांत गुप्ता जी को संबोधन हेतु मैं बहुत ही आदर और सम्मान के साथ मंच में आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी। एक बार जोरदार तालियां आज के कार्यक्रम अध्यक्ष के लिए।
Chief guest of this today international conference on role of ICT during COVID-19, Professor Dinesh Kumar ji, Vice Chancellor, Gurugram University, Gurugram. Guest of honor, Dr. KP Singh ji, Scientist F, ER and IPR, DRDO. Professor Dr. Naseeb Singh Gill, Professor and HOD, Department of Computer Science and Applications, our affiliating university, Maharshi Dayanand University, Rohtak. Convener of the conference, Dr. Ramchandra, co-convener, Dr. Geeta Gupta, organizing secretary, Dr. Sachin Garg, members of the organizing committee, my friends from media, Dr. Ashok Jain, Mr. Vinod Kumar, faculty from my own college, and delegates from other institutions. Apart from this, the invited speakers, the delegates who are on board with us from various countries, because this is an international conference. On behalf of Aggarwal College, Ballabgarh, and on my own behalf and our management, I heartily welcome, though I have been assigned this chairperson of the inaugural session, but being head of the institution, it's my first and foremost duty to welcome our guests and the delegates. So I welcome the chief guest, the guest of honor, and keynote speaker on this occasion. Along with, I welcome other delegates also from India and abroad. And I will be failing in my duty if I don't acknowledge that this conference could be organized on the inspiration of Dr. K.P. Singh. He visited my institute once and he said, why don't you organize one conference in dual mode? ऐसे ही मेरे मुंह से निकल गया, मैंने कहा आजकल पैसे वैसे तो मिलते नहीं है, and everything needs finance, as Dr. Gill was also talking about, that in the entire country there is a financial crunch. We applied, and his institution, Defense Research and Development Organization, they were kind enough to sanction some amount. After that, the permission of our honorable governing body, I talked to my chairman, Sri Devendra Gupta ji, who is the chief patron of this conference also. They permitted us, and more so, the response of the teachers from India and abroad. We gave a call for papers and we got several hundred papers with all mandatory compliances, plagiarism, this and that. And I would like to congratulate, though I am also one of the authors, the organizing team, that they could publish a book on this very conference on the inaugural session. It's a big achievement. Role of ICT during COVID-19. ICT is not a new term, but it has become popular these days. Any technology with which you communicate the information is ICT. It's not that you are using the computer, you are using the internet and all, then only it is ICT. Even if you clap to call someone, your message in any form goes to him and he comes to you. This is also a technology. But because this is the era of digital age, this is digital age, as the previous speakers were talking about. So now this term has become very popular, ICT, ICT. Everyone is talking about ICT. Two things which I observed during this COVID period, though ICT has played a vital role in all walks of life. Maybe it is teaching, maybe it's research, maybe it is medical, maybe it is social connectivity, which was very important when everything came to a halt during COVID. We could connect with each other, maybe only because of this ICT. We could talk to our sons and daughters and our relatives who are at a far distance from us. The most important thing which I observed is the change in mindset of the teachers. ICT was there, but majority of us, they were quite reluctant in adopting that technology. There is a saying, where there is a will, there is a way. So it was the demand of the situation. Institutions were closed. Students were to be taught. There was no other way out than to use the information communication technology. Collect the sources, collect the information, put your knowledge, make your own presentation, send it to students. So what was the difference? From stereotype teaching, the old notes which we used to take to our classes, it was not allowed during COVID-19 because there was no technology in which you could share those notes. Though some teachers did that also, they took the photograph or scanned and sent, but majority of the teachers, I tell you, that they adopted the technology, prepared their very valuable and interesting presentations and sent to the students. So this was one change in mindset of the educators, the academicians. The second one was the change in mindset of the general public also, including parents and the students too. Earlier, screen means entertainment. When you press the switch, something comes on the screen, whether it is a TV, smart TV, or mobile or anything else. And the mindset was that it is meant for entertainment. But it has been established that entertainment is secondary. Please use this information communication technology for learning. Students are doing, parents are also doing, teachers are also doing. The third, which Dr. Gill was also talking about, these three terms, inclusiveness, access, and equity, very popular. And these 3 out of 5 fundamental pillars of National Education Policy 2020, these 3 are there. But friends, you should clearly understand the difference between equity and equality. Because people interchangeably use these words, gender equity, gender equality. Equality, same facilities for all, irrespective of their needs. Equity, providing facilities as per the need, so that they can come to the same level. So what the role ICT has played for access, equity, and inclusiveness, very good and informative literature is available. Information is available on the internet. Now, even a poor student who cannot afford the fees of very expensive schools, he can have an access to that source. He can have an access to the information. He can download or he can visit the sites. Many free sites are available, and many platforms which have been provided by Government of India, as has been talked about by earlier speakers, they are available there. And the students who were quite hesitant even in visiting those schools are also using the same information. The student can also use the same information to enhance their skill. This is another use. और डॉक्टर गिल ने बहुत सारे शेर सुनाए, तो मैं एक तो सुनाई दूं. In fact, when COVID-19 came and everything came to a halt, and there was a strong need to make a transition from physical mode, I would request my faculty members, please don't use the word offline mode, क्योंकि offline कुछ होता ही नहीं है. And don't use social distancing. Social distancing will create a gap. It is physical distancing. So when there was a need to make a transition from face-to-face or physical mode of teaching to online teaching, so there was a vacuum for the institutions who did not have an access to the internet. Huge number of colleges, huge number of universities, complex structure of our country, so many diversities and complexities, digital divide. So there was a dark, how to do it, how to take care of the interest of the students. तो सब किया, क्यों किया? टूटने लगे हौसला यदि तो याद रखना कि बिना संघर्ष के हासिल तख्तो ताज नहीं होते. ढूंढ ही लेते अंधेरे में मंजिल अपनी, जुगनू किसी रोशनी के मोहताज नहीं होते। रोशनी दिखाई दी, हाउ? थ्रू दिस ICT. So people adopted the technology, they made up their mind that there is no other way out, and we could serve our students. But you know, people misused also. मैंने उस काल में 2 लाइनें बोली थी कहीं पर, जब लोग ब्लैक कर रहे थे मेडिसिन का, ऑक्सीजन का सिलेंडर 50,000 60,000 में मिल रहा था, और रेमडेसिविर जो बाजार से गायब भी हो गया, अब स्पेलिंग भी याद नहीं है, नाम भी याद नहीं है, क्योंकि वो था या नहीं था, देयर इज ए बिग क्वेश्चन। वो 1-1 लाख का मिल रहा था। तो मैंने उसमें एक लाइन कही थी कि मैंने कुछ ऐसे गरीब भी देखे हैं, मैंने कुछ ऐसे गरीब भी देखे हैं जिनके पास पैसे के अलावा कुछ और नहीं। So ICT played a vital role, no one can deny, in all factors. And on this particular moment, I would like to recall that under the dynamic leadership of Professor Dinesh Kumar, he was heading JCBOS University of Science and Technology, YMCA at that time, and they developed one app for the oxygen distribution system. It was so popular that initially it was adopted by the district administration, then the entire state, and then the entire country. So it was a big contribution of that university at that time. And similarly, some other universities also did a wonderful job. So concludingly, I can say that we could face this unprecedented situation only because of ICT. So we cannot deny, we cannot overlook the contribution of ICT. And I think in the time to come, because yesterday also some lab from Wuhan, they are declared that another virus in South Africa has been found, and out of 3, there is 1 casualty. But we should pray to God that this Omicron may be the last one, and the entire humanity, क्योंकि हम तो सब कहते हैं ना कि सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुर्भाग् भवेत्। और वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम की जब हम बात करते हैं तो हम सब we should pray to God that this virus will fade away, because it can never finish, but let it fade away so that we can lead a wonderful, comfortable, pleasant life, and the same vibrancy where when the students used to come our institute, teachers, they are coming even now, but the campus is not vibrant because we are here because of our students. So the government has already announced that from 1st of January and 1st of February, all the institutions are being opened, and let us pray that we all will remain safe. So once again, on behalf of entire Aggarwal College fraternity, I welcome and express my sincere thanks and heartfelt gratitude to Professor Dinesh Kumar ji. He was in Chandigarh. I requested him, sir, you have to come. He is there with us. Professor Gill, all the way from Rohtak. Touch me not environment में आना कि दूर से बात करो, तो ये सब इनका प्यार है हमारी संस्था के साथ. That's why they are here. Dr. KP सिंह जी, जिनकी वजह से आज ये कॉन्फ्रेंस हो पा रही है, एंड इन सबका मैं इस्तकबाल करता हूँ, अभिनंदन करता हूँ, वंदन करता हूँ, धन्यवाद भी करता हूँ. और पूरी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम हेडेड बाय डॉक्टर रामचंद्र, उनको मैं साधुवाद देता हूँ और बधाई देता हूँ कि कितना अच्छा कार्यक्रम, और पूरी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम जो इनके साथ लगी रही, इन्होंने आयोजित किया और मुझे आपसे मुखातिब होने का मौका दिया, अपने विचार साझा करने का मौका दिया. इसके लिए आई थैंक द होल ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
हार्दिक आभार आदरणीय प्राचार्य डॉक्टर किशन कांत गुप्ता जी. यूं तो दिन ब दिन बीतने की बात है, यूं तो दिन ब दिन बीतने की बात है, जिंदगी दिलों को जीतने की बात है। इन पंक्तियों को चरितार्थ करते आदरणीय प्राचार्य डॉक्टर किशन कांत गुप्ता जी, जिन्होंने अपनी कार्यशैली और कार्य कुशलता से सभी के दिलों को जीता है और जो एक कुशल प्रशासनिक अधिकारी तो हैं ही, एक प्रखर वक्ता हैं और दिल से बोलते हैं, बात सीधी दिल तक जाती है। ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि परिवार के मुखिया के तौर पे आपका मार्गदर्शन हमें मिला है। बहुत बहुत आभार आदरणीय प्राचार्य महोदय जी का। साथियों, अब हमारे जो मुख्य अतिथि महोदय हैं उनको मैं मंच पे आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी, लेकिन उससे पहले मैं सर का जो ब्रीफ संक्षिप्त परिचय है वो आप सभी से साझा करना चाहूंगी। प्रोफेसर दिनेश कुमार ज्वाइंड Gurugram University, Gurugram as the Vice Chancellor on 23rd December 2021. Prior to that, he served as Vice Chancellor of J.C. Bose University of Science and Technology, YMCA, Faridabad for 6 years. Professor Kumar has been awarded the prestigious Indian Science Congress Association Homi J. Bhabha Gold Medal by Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of India. Professor Dinesh Kumar has been awarded with Most Eminent Vice Chancellor Award under 8th Bharatiya Manav Adhikar Samman 2018 by All India Council of Human Rights, Liberties and Social Justice. Professor Kumar has also been conferred with Rank Bandhu Shiksha Shiromani Samman for commendable contribution in the field of education by Rank Bandhu Sahitya Academy. He also felicitated with Guru Samman during International Conference for Development Discourse organized by Research for Resurgence Foundation in Hyderabad. Under the supervision of Professor Dinesh Kumar of J.C. Bose University of Science and Technology, YMCA, was accredited by NEC with A grade. Professor Dinesh Kumar has been elected as President of the Section of Material Science of Indian Science Congress Association for the session 2017. एक बार जोरदार तालियों से आप स्वागत करें आदरणीय प्रोफेसर दिनेश कुमार जी का।
Thank you very much, Supriya. So first of all, friends, I would like to express my sincere thanks that principal of this college, who happened to be my good friend, invited me as a chief guest on this occasion. And almost, for 1.5 hours, this program has been going on. And I listened to all the speakers very carefully. And I'm happy that the way you have organized this, the inaugural session, that speaks that the end will be also wonderful. And this conference, international conference, is being organized for 2 days. And as Dr. Nasib Gill mentioned that, it is almost the first day when we are meeting physically like this after this COVID second, third wave. So it's really nice that all of us are here. And I would like to congratulate the principal of the college for organizing such a wonderful event, and all the organizers who are working, very hard to make it successful. So what I would like to say on this occasion, already many things have been discussed, but the title of this conference is something very important in the sense, when Janata curfew was imposed on 21st or 22nd of March, 22nd of March, everyone thought that perhaps now life has become, will become totally static and it will be completely halt and nothing will move. हम सब ने ये सोचा कि यार अब क्या होगा अचानक यूनिवर्सिटीज में, कॉलेजेस में, क्योंकि हमारी तैयारी थी नहीं इस तरह के सिस्टम को काम करके यूज करने की। कुछ जगह हो सकता है लोग छोटे छोटे लेवल के ऊपर इस तरह की टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हो, लेकिन मोरलेस ज्यादातर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में, इंस्टीट्यूट्स में ये मीडिया यूज नहीं होता था। लेकिन थैंक्स टू द टेक्नोलॉजी एंड थैंक्स टू एवरीवन, इनफैक्ट ये टेक्नोलॉजी को इतनी तेजी से अडॉप्ट किया कि आफ्टर ऑलमोस्ट 1 वीक और 2 वीक्स, 2 वीक के बाद नॉर्मल लाइफ ऐसे लगने लगी कि पढ़ाई लिखाई दोबारा शुरू हो गई, स्कूलों की पढ़ाई लिखाई शुरू होगी, व्हाट टू टॉक ऑफ कॉलेज यूनिवर्सिटीज। स्कूलों में प्रिंसिपल और टीचर्स जो इतने बढ़िया ढंग से उन्होंने इस मोबाइल फोन का इतना बढ़िया यूज किया कि किसी ने कागज के ऊपर एक बड़ा बोर्ड छोटा सा चार्ट बनाया, उसके ऊपर लिख रहे हैं, मोबाइल फोन ऊपर लगा लिया, इतने बढ़िया ढंग से क्लासेस चलने लगी, ऐसे लगा ही नहीं कि इसका कोई नुकसान हो रहा है, ये कोविड की वजह से कोई पढ़ाई लिखाई पे नुकसान हो रहा है। सो आई थिंक दिस इज नो डाउट this ICT tools which are existing has made our life very comfortable, and all of us are able to continue our teaching learning process without any big problem. लेकिन जब मैं ये बात कहता हूँ विदाउट एनी बिग प्रॉब्लम, इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि कुछ लोग हो सकता है गांव में दूर दराज जो रह रहे हैं, उनके पास जब कनेक्टिविटी नहीं है, उनके पास मोबाइल फोन नहीं है, स्मार्टफोन नहीं है, तो उनका जरूर नुकसान हुआ होगा। ये भी बात नहीं है कि कंप्लीटली इसके बिना नुकसान के सारा कुछ होता रहा। इफ आई से लाइक दिस, इट इज आल्सो नॉट राइट। लेकिन मोर और लेस आई विल से कि जो एक लेवल के लोग स्कूल कॉलेजेस थे वहां काम चलता रहा, कॉलेजेस में काम चलता रहा। So I can see that the advantage of this ICT technology definitely is there. Now the thing is that all of us perhaps you see what we are saying कि हमारा काम चल रहा है, लेकिन काम चलाना आने वाले समय में काम चलाने से काम नहीं चलेगा। हमें इस टेक्नोलॉजी को थोड़ा बेटर होगा। इसमें केवल जैसे मैं कभी कभी कहता हूं कि हम मोबाइल फोन खरीदते हैं कितने हजार का, 50,000 का, लेकिन उसमें यूज करते हैं केवल हम 5,000 के फीचर, 45,000 के फीचर केवल वो ना तो मेरे को यूज करने आते, ना कभी मैं सोचता। केवल मैं इसलिए खरीदता हूँ 50,000 का मोबाइल कि मेरे पड़ोसी के पास 50,000 का मोबाइल है। तो मैं बार बार सभी को कहता हूँ यार ये टेक्नोलॉजी ऐसी है, ये मूर्स लॉ पता नहीं आप सब लोगों ने जानते होंगे कि इस टेक्नोलॉजी का जो इक्विपमेंट है, गैजेट है, 18 महीने बाद उसकी कॉस्ट बिना यूज किए भी आधी रह जाती है। तो अगर ऐसा ही है तो क्यों ऐसा टेक्नोलॉजी क्यों खरीदूं जो यूज ही नहीं करता। तो मेरी आज सभी टीचर्स और सभी जो यहाँ पे सब बैठे हैं, स्टूडेंट बैठे हैं, कि प्लीज मेक श्योर कि जो इस टेक्नोलॉजिकल टूल्स हैं उनका पूरी तरह से सदुपयोग करें, उनको और सीखें। आने वाले समय में ये टेक्नोलॉजी और यूज होगी। अभी बता रहे थे कि आपका फिजिकल मोड लर्निंग का जमाना शायद पूरी तरीके से चला गया, अब एक ब्लेंडेड लर्निंग रहेगी। आधे समय आप फिजिकल मोड में बात करेंगे, आधे समय ऑनलाइन मोड में बात करेंगे, प्रैक्टिकल्स और स्किल भी ऑनलाइन मोड में काम करेंगे। सो व्हाई नॉट टू लर्न दीज टेक्नोलॉजीज इन अ मच बेटर वे। जो हम अभी भी यूज कर रहे हैं उसमें भी अभी भी 10, 15, 20% ही इसकी फंक्शनलिटी को यूज करते हैं, पूरी तरह से यूज नहीं करते। तो मेरा सभी टीचर्स और सभी स्टूडेंट जो यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, माय रिक्वेस्ट टू ऑल ऑफ यू दैट प्लीज मेक श्योर दैट यू लर्न दिस टेक्नोलॉजी लिटिल मच बेटर। और यदि आपको कुछ ट्रेनिंग की जरूरत है, आई नो मैंने भी एक डिजिटल बोर्ड को यूज करने के लिए ट्रेनिंग भी में ली। और डिजिटल बोर्ड आजकल ये ऑनलाइन प्रोजेक्टर वाला सिस्टम नहीं, डिजिटल बोर्ड जहां पर आप बिल्कुल इंटरेक्टिव मोड में अपने स्टूडेंट के साथ में काफी बात कर सकते हैं, पढ़ा सकते हैं और अपने टीचिंग लर्निंग को बहुत इंप्रेसिव बना सकते हैं, इंटरेस्टिंग बना सकते हैं। तो क्यों ना हम सारे टीचर्स और स्टूडेंट्स इस तरह की टेक्नोलॉजी को आगे आने वाले समय में जब जरूरत है तो उसको बेटर ढंग से सीखें। एनपीटीएल के ऊपर बहुत सारे लेक्चर्स पड़े हुए हैं, कोर्सेज हैं, आईआईटी मुंबई करता है, IIT Madras करता है, कई जगह की ये फैसिलिटीज अवेलेबल है। सो मेक श्योर दैट यू लर्न दीज काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स इन अ बेटर वे, बिकॉज दिस हैज बिकम एक्चुअली द नेसेसिटी ऑफ द फ्यूचर। यदि आप 5 साल इसको 3-4 साल 5 साल में इसको ठीक से नहीं लर्न करेंगे, आप आगे जाके यूजलेस हो जाएंगे। I'm telling you, I'm coining a term useless. ये अच्छी टर्म नहीं है, लेकिन सच्चाई ये है कि आने वाले समय में ये इस तरह का मेथड जो टीचिंग लर्निंग का वो खत्म हो जाएगा। इट विल बी कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट सेटअप। एंड हो सकता है कि आपके अग्रवाल कॉलेज बल्लभगढ़ में जो लेक्चर हो रहा हो वो यहाँ के टीचर ना पढ़ाएं। हो सकता है कि कृष्णकांत जी को तो बढ़िया लेक्चर लगता है किसी का जो चंडीगढ़ में बैठा पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी में, उसका लेक्चर यहाँ चलाना चाहें तो ही कैन डू इट, ही कैन हायर इट। ये टीचर को पैसे क्यों देंगे? यहाँ पर प्रिंसिपल्स और जो मैनेजमेंट है वो 4, 5, 8, 7 प्रोफेसर टीचर रखेगी, बाकी तो मैनेज करेगी इस तरह के टूल से। तो ये आने वाले समय में यदि हम इस टेक्नोलॉजी को ठीक से नहीं सीखेंगे तो वी मे बिकम ऑब्सोलीट। तो मेरे को लगता है बिफोर वी बिकम ऑब्सोलीट वी शुड ट्राई टू लर्न दिस टेक्नोलॉजी। वी शुड ऑल्सो मेक श्योर कि हमारे जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं और ये सब फैकल्टी है इसको बेटर ढंग से सीखे। दूसरा, आपने देखा होगा इन दिनों सब कुछ पिछले 1-2 महीने में 3 महीने में मैंने तो रियलाइज किया कि बिकॉज ऑफ दिस कोविड बहुत सारी रिस्ट्रिक्शंस लगी। चाइनीज आइटम्स के ऊपर हम डिपेंडेंट थे, बहुत चीजों के ऊपर। बहुत सारा हमारा इंपोर्ट होता था चाइनीज से, बहुत सारे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक चिप्स और गैजेट्स ऐसी चीज थी जो चाइना से, मलेशिया से, ताइवान से आते थे। समहाउ बिकॉज ऑफ द पॉलिसी ये उसके ऊपर ब्रेक लगाना पड़ा। एंड देन व्हाट वी फाउंड, अचानक इनकी कॉस्ट रफली 1.5 टाइम बढ़ गई। जो 40,000 का कंप्यूटर आता था वो 60,000 का आने लगा अचानक। लैपटॉप तो मार्केट में मिलने बंद हो गए। तो बिकॉज ऑफ दिस देयर इज अनदर प्रॉब्लम जो हमारी कंट्री ने अभी फेस की। आई थिंक दिस इज ऑल्सो वेरी सीरियस प्रॉब्लम। और हमारी गवर्नमेंट ने, थैंक्स टू द प्राइम मिनिस्टर, ही टुक इमीडिएटली द स्टेप्स कि उन्होंने एक 80,000 करोड़ का, खासकर हमारे कंट्री में जो आईसी चिप्स हैं, जो माइक्रो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक की जो चिप्स हैं, वो बनाने की आज तक एक भी फैसिलिटी नहीं है। हम सारे की सारी चिप्स ज्यादातर बाहर से इंपोर्ट करते हैं, असेंबल तो करते हैं यहाँ पे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक गैजेट। आपको सबको पता होगा कि सारे गैजेट्स में कहीं ना कहीं चिप्स की जरूरत पड़ती है, हर गैजेट में, चाहे आपका मोबाइल है, चाहे आपका कंप्यूटर है, वॉशिंग मशीन है, एनी गैजेट यू नेम, आपकी चिप्स की जरूरत पड़ती है। लेकिन चिप बनाने की आज तक हमारे कंट्री में कोई फैसिलिटी नहीं है। सो थैंक्स टू द गवर्नमेंट कि इमीडिएटली, हालांकि स्टेप बहुत पहले लेना चाहिए था, बहुत लेट हुआ, बेटर लेट देन नेवर। अभी 80,000 करोड़ का एक बहुत बड़ा इन्होंने कॉर्पस बनाया है, जिसमें गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया विल सपोर्ट the players who will actually start fabricating chips in our country. So this is going to be another important thing. I think now we need to make sure कि हमारी जो जनरेशन है, हमारे जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, क्योंकि उन कंपनियों को लगाने के लिए मैन पावर नहीं मिलेगी। ये ना हो कि हमने कंपनी में अपनी चिप बनाना शुरू कर दिया, लेकिन मैन पावर बनाने के लिए हम आर्मी इंपोर्ट करना शुरू कर दें चाइना से और जापान से, बजाय कि चिप्स के अब आर्मी इंपोर्ट करने लग जाए। तो बजाय वो हो, तो इससे पहले हमें स्किल जो हमारे इस फील्ड में वीएलएस है, डिजाइन, आईसी फैब्रिकेशन, तो इस तरह के जो कमिंग एरियाज हैं, इसमें जो बनाने के लिए मैन पावर की जरूरत है, लेट अस स्टार्ट वर्किंग ऑन दोज एरियाज आल्सो. So I think this kind of conference where you are connecting so many people from outside different countries is very important. I congratulate Principal Dr. Gupta and his entire team for bringing all these people on board from so many different places. And you have already seen that how Dr. Gill spoke, you know, with a lot of statistics. He gave a lot of statistics, a lot of data, which prove that this ICT technology will definitely be very important, has already become very important, but in times to come, it will become further important. आपको पता है कि इस आईसीटी में दो तीन चीज इंपॉर्टेंट है. एक तो आपका कंप्यूटर है, आपका लैपटॉप, मोबाइल, व्हाटएवर यू आर हैविंग, पर उससे ज्यादा आपकी कनेक्टिविटी इंपॉर्टेंट है. जो आपका जो इंफॉर्मेशन हाईवे है, दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. फॉर्चुनेटली हमारे कंट्री में तो फिर भी कुछ काम चलता रहा, क्योंकि हमारी कनेक्टिविटी फिर भी इंडिया में ठीक है. कुछ कंट्री तो ऐसे हैं जहां पर बिल्कुल इन दिनों जो कम्युनिकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी ठीक से नहीं थी, वहां तो पढ़ाई लिखाई बिल्कुल नहीं हुई. मेरे को पता साउथ अफ्रीकन बहुत सारे कंट्रीज हैं जहां पे बेचारे बच्चे स्कूल में कभी गए नहीं, घर में ऐसे ही बैठे रहे. एटलीस्ट इवन हमारे पड़ोस में भी बहुत सारे देश हैं जो मैं नाम नहीं लेना चाहता, जहां पर कई जगह पढ़ाई लिखाई बिल्कुल नहीं हो पाई. But thanks to the technology, thanks to the government, thanks to the policy planners who at least could make a space कि हमारे कंट्री में ये जो कम्युनिकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी है या जो इंटरनेट टेक्नोलॉजी है, आपकी फिर भी कंफर्टेबली काफी अच्छी है, एंड वी आर एबल टू मैनेज अवर टीचिंग लर्निंग प्रोसेस प्रॉपरली. So what I can say that I'm sure on this occasion, lot of different issues will be discussed, lot of different papers will be presented related to ICT, related to this kind of thing, that how COVID-19 has affected our teaching learning process. And as already someone was saying that during COVID, many different new ideas also came, that how to compensate and how to continue this whole process. Especially even, you know, एक तो क्लास में लेक्चर देना वो तो ठीक है, पॉसिबल हो जाता है इस टेक्नोलॉजी से, लेकिन प्रैक्टिकल कराने के कंसेप्ट में भी बहुत ज्यादा, जो लैब्स हैं उसमें भी बहुत ज्यादा आपका डेवलपमेंट हुआ. ऐसे ऐसे एक्सपेरिमेंट बनाए गए कि जो ऑनलाइन एक्सपेरिमेंट्स आप उनको कर सकते हैं. यू आर सिटिंग हियर, लेकिन ऑपरेटिंग इक्विपमेंट थे लैब विच इज जहां पर इक्विपमेंट आपको कभी 50 किलोमीटर 100 किलोमीटर दूर पड़ा है, वहां पे इक्विपमेंट आप हैंडल कर पा रहे हैं बिकॉज ऑफ दिस काइंड ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी. सो दैट इज ऑल्सो अनदर इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग विच हैज हैपेंड रिसेंटली. I would like to congratulate the organizers again. I'm thankful that media is covering this event so nicely. And one of my students who happened to be sitting here, I'm very happy that he's controlling this technology. He's covering the whole this program using a kind of tool which is again being used for instead of teaching learning, he's using this technology for telecasting the live, the whole this conference, whole this program on a different platform. So with these words, I again would like to express my sincere thanks that college invited me as chief guest, and would like to give all my best wishes and all appreciation to the organizers and the principal of the college. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
हार्दिक आभार. आदरणीय प्रोफेसर दिनेश कुमार जी, वाइस चांसलर गुरुग्राम यूनिवर्सिटी, और ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि इस 2 दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस में मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में आप हमसे रूबरू हुए हैं, मुखातिब हुए हैं। हम आपका एहतराम करते हैं और आपके व्यक्तित्व के लिए मेरे जहन में कुछ पंक्तियां आती हैं सर, जो मैं आपको समर्पित करती हूँ कि उनकी तहजीब के वो झुक के मिले हमसे, उनकी तहजीब के वो झुक के मिले हमसे, वरना वो शख्स कद में कहीं बड़े हैं हमसे। आपका व्यक्तित्व निसंदेह बहुत बड़ा है और आप आभार व्यक्त करते हैं कि आपने व्यस्तम समय में से हमें समय दिया। पुनः आपका हार्दिक आभार। और अब साथियों, महाविद्यालय में जो सेल्फ डिफेंस ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम की जो छात्राएं हैं, उनको प्रमाण पत्र जो वितरण का जो कार्यक्रम है, उसके लिए मैं अपने सम्माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय, गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर, हमारे मुख्य वक्ता, हमारे चेयरपर्सन सर से गुजारिश करूंगी कि हमारी छात्राओं को ये प्रमाण पत्र दें। और इसके लिए मैं मंच पे बुलाना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर के.एल. कौशिक सर को, डॉक्टर गीता गुप्ता और हमारे डीपी सर जगवीर सर, मोहित सर, आप भी कृपया मंच पर आएं और जो हमारा सेल्फ डिफेंस ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम है उसकी जो छात्राएं हैं उनको आज ये प्रमाण पत्र दिया जाएगा। सभी जो छात्राएं हैं जल्द आएं, तेजी से आएं बच्चों, तेजी से ग्रुप में है? आ जाओ। ग्रुप फोटो हेतु सभी छात्राएं मंच के सामने आ जाएं तेजी से। सेल्फ डिफेंस ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम डॉक्टर गीता गुप्ता और जो हमारे डीपी सर हैं उनके नेतृत्व में ये संपन्न हुआ है। सभी छात्राएं प्रमाण पत्र पाकर वो तैयार कर लो मैडम। इसके बाद एक बार जोरदार तालियां इन छात्राओं के लिए। बस हट जाओ 1 मिनट। और अब हमारे यहीं पे दिलवा दूं, ठीक है। हमारे सम्मानित अतिथियों को सम्मानित करने का अब ये क्रम मैं अनुरोध करूंगी हमारे प्राचार्य महोदय डॉक्टर किशनकांत गुप्ता जी और डॉक्टर के.एल. कौशिक सर से। आप हमारे आज के मुख्य अतिथि महोदय प्रोफेसर दिनेश कुमार जी को स्मृति चिन्ह और स्टॉल भेंट कर ओढ़ाकर उनका औपचारिक मान सम्मान करें। बहुत बहुत आभार प्रोफेसर दिनेश कुमार, वाइस चांसलर गुरुग्राम यूनिवर्सिटी, आज के इस कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी डॉक्टर रामचंद्र, डॉक्टर संजीव गुप्ता सर से, आप हमारे आज के गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर डॉक्टर के.पी. सिंह सर को स्मृति चिन्ह और स्टॉल उड़ाकर उनका भी औपचारिक मान सम्मान करें। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी डॉक्टर सचिन गर्ग, डॉक्टर मनोज शुक्ला सर से, आप हमारे आज के कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर नसीब सिंह गिल सर को स्मृति चिन्ह और स्टॉल उड़ाकर उनका औपचारिक मान सम्मान करेंगे। बहुत सुंदर क्षण। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी डॉक्टर रामचंद्र, डॉक्टर गीता गुप्ता, मैडम कमल टंडन जी आपसे, आप हमारे आज के चेयरपर्सन प्रिंसिपल सर डॉक्टर किशनकांत गुप्ता जी को स्मृति चिन्ह और स्टॉल उड़ाकर उनका औपचारिक मान सम्मान करें। बहुत बहुत आभार। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी डॉक्टर सचिन गर्ग, डॉक्टर नरेश कामरा सर, आप हमारे कन्वीनर इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के डॉक्टर रामचंद्र जी को स्मृति चिन्ह और स्टॉल उड़ाकर उनका औपचारिक मान सम्मान करें। डॉक्टर सचिन गर्ग आयोजन सचिव भी हैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी मैडम मोहिनी वर्मा, डॉक्टर विनीत नागपाल सर, आप हमारे आज के आयोजन सचिव डॉक्टर सचिन गर्ग जी को स्मृति चिन्ह और स्टॉल उड़ाकर उनका मान सम्मान करें। मैडम मोहिनी वर्मा और डॉक्टर विनीत नागपाल सर, आप हमारे आज के इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के आयोजक सचिव डॉक्टर सचिन गर्ग जी को स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करें और उनको सम्मानित करें। सम्मान की इस कड़ी में मैं गुजारिश करूंगी डॉक्टर सारिका, डॉक्टर रेखा सेन, मैडम कमल टंडन, मैडम पूनम आनंद, आप हमारी इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की को कन्वीनर डॉक्टर गीता गुप्ता जी को शॉल उड़ाकर और स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट कर का औपचारिक मान सम्मान करें। सम्मान की ये कड़ी बहुत बहुत आभार। और ये ग्रुप फोटो हमारे सभी सम्मानित अतिथियों का सम्मान होते हुए का। सभी अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी सभी सम्मानित अतिथियों से, आप सभी अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। सम्मान की इस कड़ी इस क्रम के बाद साथियों, आज एक बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक क्षण और ये घोषणा करते हुए, ये बताते हुए मुझे बहुत ही गर्व की अनुभूति हो रही है, अभिमान हो रहा है कि प्रोफेसर BS निगम फाउंडेशन ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन की ओर से नेशनल एजुकेशन एक्सीलेंस अवार्ड 2022 से हमारे प्राचार्य डॉक्टर किशन कांत गुप्ता जी को नवाजा जा रहा है। एक बार खड़े होके जोरदार तालियां, मैं चाहूंगी सभी अपने स्थान पर खड़े हों और स्टैंडिंग ओवेशन दें हमारे प्राचार्य महोदय जी को। वी सैल्यूट यू सर, हम आपको सलाम करते हैं। आपकी कार्यशैली, आपकी कार्य कुशलता की ओर से ये पुरस्कार, ये सम्मान आपको आज दिया जा रहा है। और इनका जो संदेश है पीछे मैं इसको पढ़ना चाहूंगी यहाँ प्रोफेसर BS निगम की ओर से। डॉक्टर किशन कांत गुप्ता का शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में उत्कृष्ट योगदान, पूर्ण समर्पित शिक्षाविद, कर्तव्यनिष्ठ और सहयोगी शोधकर्ता, युवा छात्रों और शोधकर्ताओं के लिए प्रभावी सलाहकार, जिन्होंने शिक्षा के अर्थ को फिर से परिभाषित, विस्तार और आउटरीच कार्यक्रमों और समाज के लिए उनके बहुमुखी अनुप्रयोगों की सराहना में मैं प्रोफेसर BS निगम चेयरमैन, प्रोफेसर BS निगम फाउंडेशन ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन, डॉक्टर किशन कांत गुप्ता, प्रिंसिपल, अग्रवाल कॉलेज, बल्लभगढ़, फरीदाबाद को राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा उत्कृष्टता पुरस्कार 2022 से सम्मानित करता हूं। डॉक्टर किशन कांत गुप्ता को बहुत बहुत बधाई। सर, ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि ऐसे अनुभवी, कार्यकुशल प्राचार्य का सानिध्य और मार्गदर्शन हमें मिला है। हमें गर्व है, हमें अभिमान है। और मैं चाहूंगी डॉक्टर KP सिंह सर, जो इस निगम के चेयरमैन भी हैं, आप हमारे प्रेसिडेंट हैं और इनको नवाजेंगे। आज इस ऐतिहासिक क्षण के हम सभी साक्षी बनते हुए ये प्रमाण पत्र, शॉल और मोमेंटो प्रोफेसर BS निगम फाउंडेशन ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन की ओर से अग्रवाल महाविद्यालय के प्रत्येक सदस्य के लिए ये गौरव का क्षण, अभिमान का क्षण, इस ऐतिहासिक क्षण के हम सभी साक्षी बनते हुए मेरे जहन में 4 पंक्तियां आती हैं जो मैं अग्रवाल महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से अपने प्राचार्य महोदय जी को समर्पित करना चाहती हूं कि आपके परिश्रम, आपके समर्पण को हम एहतराम करते हैं। सदा ऐसे ही हमारा मार्गदर्शन करते रहें, ये दुआ सुबह शाम करते हैं। नए हौसले से नई कहानी लिखने वाले आपके जज्बे को हम सलाम करते हैं। हम सलाम करते हैं सर, आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। मैं प्रोफेसर BS निगम फाउंडेशन की ओर से मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर KP सिंह सर को, जो इस फाउंडेशन के प्रधान हैं। आदरणीय डॉक्टर KP सिंह सर।
डॉक्टर कृष्णकांत गुप्ता जी को बहुत बहुत बधाई। मैं पिछले 10 साल से गुप्ता जी को जानता हूं अच्छे तरीके से। जितने ये डेडिकेटेड लीडरशिप, मतलब मेरे पास वर्ड नहीं है कहने के लिए, तो हमने सोचा कि भाई कुछ थोड़ा सा इनके सम्मान में किया जाए। लर्निंग गिव्स यू क्रिएटिविटी लीड्स टू थिंकिंग गिव्स यू नॉलेज मेक्स यू परफेक्ट। थैंक यू सो मच सर।
बहुत बहुत आभार डॉक्टर KP सिंह सर। और ये सम्मान केवल
I am really thankful to the Professor BS Nigam Foundation Higher Education for acknowledging our efforts. ये इनाम मुझे मिला है, पर ये इनाम सब आपका है। I have a dedicated team of teachers and non-teaching staff. करते हो तुम कन्हैया, मेरा नाम हो रहा है। तो आप सब लोग करते हैं, और क्योंकि फेस मेरा होता है इसलिए लोग शायद मुझे जानते हैं, और इसीलिए फाउंडेशन ने शायद ये किया है। लेकिन ये मैं जो इनाम है या ये सम्मान है, ये आप सबको समर्पित करता हूँ। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
निसंदेह ये सम्मान केवल प्राचार्य महोदय का नहीं, अपितु अग्रवाल महाविद्यालय का है। और निसंदेह कोई भी संस्था ऊंचाइयों को तभी छू पाती है जब उसको काबिल नेतृत्व मिलता है, मार्गदर्शन मिलता है। और ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि हमें ऐसे काबिल प्राचार्य जी का नेतृत्व मिला है, मार्गदर्शन मिला है। एक बार जोरदार तालियां पुनः हमारे प्राचार्य महोदय के लिए। और अब मैं आयोजन सचिव डॉक्टर सचिन गर्ग जी को धन्यवाद ज्ञापन हेतु मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी।
Respected chairperson of this inauguration function and principal of the college, Dr. Krishnakant Gupta ji, our chief guest, Professor Dinesh Kumar ji, Vice Chancellor, Gurugram University, Gurugram, guest of honor, Dr. KP Singh, Director of IPR, Ministry of Defense, DRDO, New Delhi, keynote speaker, Professor Naseeb Singh Gill, Professor and Head, MD University, Rohtak, Dr. Ramchandar, convener of the conference, and Dr. Geeta Gupta, deputy convener of this conference, our most valued invited guests, delegates, members from press, all my colleagues, and dear students. Good afternoon to all. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this auspicious occasion. I, on the behalf of Department of Computer Science and Learning Resource Center, and my own behalf, convey deep regards and hearty thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Dinesh Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Gurugram University, for gracing the inaugural ceremony and sharing with us his vision regarding the role of ICT during COVID-19. We are greatly encouraged by your gracious presence and immensely benefited by your inspiring address. Thank you, sir. I am extremely thankful to Dr. Krishnakant Gupta ji, chairperson and patron of this conference, for his vision and passion that has brought revolutionary changes in the academic environment of this institution and area as a whole. It is your support and motivation that we are able to organize this conference in such a short time. Thank you, sir. I express my sincere thanks to Dr. KP Singh, Director of IPR, Ministry of Defense, DRDO, New Delhi, for his remarkable presence and constant motivation at all the times. Thank you, sir. I also thank Professor Naseeb Singh Gill, keynote speaker of the inaugural ceremony, for sparing some valuable time in spite of his busy schedule, for his encouraging, educative, and informative address regarding the 21st century disruptive technologies and their role in teaching and learning during COVID-19. Sir, your address was very motivating, and I am sure all the teachers, students, and future research scholars will definitely get benefited. Thank you, sir. I also wish to express my sincere thanks to the convener of the conference, Dr. Ramchandar, and Deputy Convener, Dr. Geeta Gupta, for their untiring efforts and support for organizing this conference successfully. I convey thanks to all the distinguished participants and delegates who have joined us from different countries in online or offline mode around the world to attend this conference. I would also like to thank DRDO, Defense Research and Development Organization, for his sponsorship. Without his generous support, financial support, it would not have been possible to organize this conference. I also thank to all my colleagues from teaching and non-teaching staff for their immense support and time for the conference. My sincere thanks to print and electronic media for their presence and ensuring coverage of the conference. At the end, I thank all committee members of this conference who are directly or indirectly involved for making this conference a reality. Thank you very much.
हार्दिक आभार आपका भी डॉक्टर सचिन गर्ग, आयोजन सचिव इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के। और पुनः अग्रवाल महाविद्यालय की तरफ से मैं अपने सभी सम्मान्य अतिथियों का, डेलीगेट्स का, सम्मानित साथियों का आभार व्यक्त करती हूं। और अब हम सभी अपने स्थान पर राष्ट्रीय गान हेतु खड़े होंगे। आप सभी चाय हेतु आमंत्रित हैं लाइब्रेरी में। टेक्निकल सेशन हेतु हम 15 मिनट बाद यहाँ सभागार में पुनः एकत्रित होंगे। टेक्निकल सेशन हेतु सर ऑनलाइन है। हाँ, ऑनलाइन में जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स है कह रहे हैं यहीं से होगा उनका भी।
There were international information literacy conference, and this man, that time he was age of 93, now more than 100. So he is working since 1974 on information literacy, and he originated and generated the system, information literacy activities program system towards the library and information centers. What is the dimension of information literacy? Tool literacy, resource literacy, research literacy, media literacy, critical literacy, all literacy under information literacy. UNESCO adopted this word. Now they are telling it is MIL, means media and information literacy. Their logic is that all things dominated by media. So before information, media has to include it, and then it will become more wider than this. But Paul Jarwowski said information literacy means everything is related to the information literacy. And there are so many models regarding information literacy activities, program, or as well as. And myself, Islam, and Ahmed, 2009 developed a course model on the basis of our work, our research, our observation, and there are huge model we analysis, and we piloted so many models. After that, the course module is successfully implemented to various secondary schools in Bangladesh. And there are two lectures, 2 days program. First day lecture session, and the lecture session used to include definition of data, information, knowledge, meaning of information literacy, ICT literacy, etc. And the following day practical session, different information formats, and the use of different reference books, etc. So introductory session, first session, basic concept, how data become information, and become information, then knowledge, knowledge, then wisdom. Information sources, what I say, textbook, constitution, various sources of media. These things we used to discuss during our first day session. And technological database is there. Technological database is there. And this technological various information sources on the media, computer, internet, storage, etc. So after our lecture session, we used to give some idea regarding library, information center, archive as a source of information, different types of libraries, archive, media, and a lab, library, archive management also. How to organize? We have one organization, Center for Information Studies, Bangladesh. This is our organization. We coordinated all things. United Nations Information Center. They used to provide our logistic support, and Thana executive officer, education officer, school managing committee, a student, local patrons, headmaster, elites, ex-students. So we always coordinate with them. First time it was very difficult. Now it is very systematic. Preparation, basic knowledge area, handout, program, questionnaire preparation, etc. This is our team. And this is our rural school out of the city secondary level school. And why we selecting these things? Considering of global digital divide, knowledge gap within the country, urban to rural, what I say, ultimate goal and attempt to narrow the knowledge gap. So this is our school and national flag, and a school assembly is going on. During assembly, we used to take 5 to 10 minutes to say something regarding our mission to all of students, why we are here, what we are going to do, and who will participate for our program. And again, I am repeating, limited access to information technology. That's why we are going to rural school. No idea, 21st century, seldom met university teachers, limited knowledge of about United Nations. This is our inaugural session, very simple session. This is a minister of mass communication and primary education, and school headmistress, education officer, Thana executive officer, and women affairs officer of the respective area. So this is another program. Minister, Information Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, local elites used to present during our inaugural session. First day, knowledge survey, pre-session. So my slide is moving. Sir? Dr. Gupta, can
Yes,
you
sir, it
hear
is
me?
running well. Yes, sir.
Okay,
It's going
thank
on.
you. Thank you. Thank you. So first day, we conduct a pre-session questionnaire, including the following questions. Actually, we used to do pre-session survey, which we call a knowledge survey. And name of river, main crops of your area, do you read in your library, do you read newspaper, media, etc. After that, 30 students we brought in our training section, those who are in class 9, because before going to school, we request to school authority please select 30 students, and we will provide 2 days training program. So session has started day 1, and sources of information, media, library, literacy, day 1 training session is going on. 15 boys students and 15 girls students. So another session is going on, you see, at the rural school. School condition is there. So total 35 information sources and media are discussed and used in the practical session. See, we categorized 3 groups: information sources, abstract, index, bibliography, census report, what is constitution, dictionary, directory, report, yearbook; ICT sources, computer, internet, mobile; audiovisual sources, map, globe, television, human research. These are all information resources as well as medium which are discussed and used in the practical session. And what would be the feedback? What would be the feedback on first day lecture? And second day, we expect some feedback of first day lectures from the students, and they are also providing that feedbacks. It was very good, experience is very good. And grouping 10 students, we group different rooms and practical section. Each group rotates into the 3 rooms. See, this is audio, visual, and other sources. How to read the newspaper, how to read globe, how to read reference book. Yesterday we discussed what is map, what is globe. Today we are providing hands-on practice. Here also, how they read newspaper, how they read their textbook, how they read their encyclopedia under the information literacy training program. See, here also all information sources in front of our team mate, and students are here. Yesterday, we taught them the definition of census, definition of constitution. Today, they saw their information sources and how to use this. We are giving that training. This is ICT sources, 3 groups, and how to use these things, how to browse, how to search, what is the difference between this. And after second training program, post a survey of participants. For example, we put one question, meaning of a word. For example, habit, the meaning of a habit word, from where we will get. Students used to write from dictionary. Location and area of city, map. Historical events, source they write at the question of the post survey. So this is very interesting. We test impact result of pre and post test survey. First day, pre-test means knowledge survey. Correct answer was 26. And following day, sorry, correct answer was 26 and wrong answer was 74 first day pre-test, during pre-test. And post-test, after training, correct answer 87 and wrong answer 13. This is very miracle and magical, dramatically students empowered by the information literacy program. They have all kinds of materials or at the library or at the home or with them, but they don't know how to use this. For example, students that don't know how to use their biology book, their chemistry book, their English book, their textbooks as well as. Students don't know how to read the map. Students don't know what is the almanac, what is the yearbook. They don't know. They didn't see also the constitution. So this is our test survey. And after completion our training program, we gave one small assignment to them within 500 words. For example, winter in Bangladesh, fruits in Bangladesh, your village, your school, and what is the intention behind of the assignment, how they use reference, citation to avoid plagiarism. So they heard the word of plagiarism first time. They know the copy. So we told them, we used to say them, please don't use anything without a reference, without citation. And our intention to see the presentation style, cite reference, and how to avoid plagiarism. So this is a student's reaction. School managing committee, education officer, and other local elites behind the stage. You see the banner and students expressing their expression nicely. So what is the observation? Building of confidence. Students build up their confidence, overcoming hesitation, becoming more social, growing interest in volunteerism. We are working as a volunteer. So they are also interested for this. Narrowing gender discrimination, knowledge about hygiene, health, environment, knowledge ABC of United Nations, information literacy, narrowing down knowledge gap. This is our observation. Closing ceremony. During closing ceremony, we provide one certificate giving ceremony, press release, and experience sharing of the student. This is public leader and public leader of the respective school. And we invite all of local elites, leaders, and ex-students during their inauguration, closing, etc. So after completion of our training program, we request to the school authority formation of information literacy club by the school librarian at the school library. In order to make the students information literate, every secondary school must have an IL club, information literacy club, because we provided training only 30 students, but there are so many students they are interested, but we did not able to take to them. That's why we suggest to the school authority for forming IL club. So purpose of and functions of IL club: to make students aware information literacy, build inner pillar lifelong learning, teachers to evaluate and disseminate information. So a president and integrator and at least 5 general members. And see, this is secondary school and they formed a IL club. The school appreciated our proposal to great extent. The output was really good. This green dress, their IL club member of respective school. And this is the librarian, she is the librarian, and this is the IL club of respective school, the newly formed IL club, and we observed and they nicely conducted their IL club. And during their library period class, after Thursday school, half day school, and during their music class also, music literacy, during their other scope, they made their information literacy program part by part. So you see, this is the team with the green dress. These are the member of the respective school IL club, and librarian and our team also is there. So what is the role of librarian? This is the main thing. To create information literacy program, we need to follow a plan, and we can create a plan as a librarian. We involve library staff and others. So institutional definition has to be includes and complies with the standard or information literacy policies. It relates to the library and institutional mission. These are the role. And is the empowering students? Yes. The following activities followed in above mentioned IL trainings are responsible for empowering the students of rural Bangladesh. For the first time, rural students heard about information literacy, and they are suffering information deficiency. Students are able to understand the importance of information. A student received received training in IL and different kinds of libraries. Class 9 students, they are able to know the objectives and functions of different kinds of libraries, and they are able to, they saw how to use and how useful information sources, and students located relevant information from the sources. Moreover, right to information, RTI Act, they know what is the RTI and multimedia presentation. Students are exposed to government officials, people's representative, UN officials, university teachers in different sessions. And information sources, assignment, and students improved their critical thinker. Dear audience, 2010, our national education policy recognized IL is the lifelong learning, and it will gear up the students for becoming a critical thinker. So our program already focused on this, and 2017 government of Bangladesh has recognized us by the Prime Minister office. This Prime Minister office has A2I project, access to information projects. Is a big project, and that projects adopt our module, and that module implemented by the respective ministers which we are involved in this program. And this is our good achievement. We started as a voluntary level, now it becomes institutionalized. So student empower community libraries, public libraries, etc. And the overall impact of the respective schools is school introduced library period in the regular class schedule. Those school does not have librarian, they appoint professional librarian. Librarian become enthusiastic in providing information services, functionalized regular activities, library collection developed after training program. School authority used to commitment to us that we will keep our 35 set of information materials at their school. So here an implication of the program reflected Education Policy 2010, Library Chapter 21st. Thank you very much, dear audience. Actually, I have a good opportunity to share my work with you. I think you can start as a library professional at your school, at your place, at your organization, whatever you have capacity, and then in the 21st century, and the role of librarian and our library can sustain at the age, at the digital era. Thank you very much. I think I did not take much time. I am in hurry little bit due to time. So thank you, Manoj sir, for
Yes,
giving me chance without any interruption.
thank you, Professor Islam. Really, a very informative, resourceful, and interesting presentation by you, sir. Your research work on the ground, empowering the rural students, so necessary for a sound education base. Particularly your presentation emphasizing that at the ground level, at the rural level, we have to make the student aware of various kind of informations. And your topic, information literacy, your work, you're involving the students, particularly the girl students, which we are observing in the slides. It is also a steps to gender empowerment, and the type of confidence which we saw in the students, it shows the success of the program. And we in India, particularly the teachers from the education background who are watching your presentation, they will be certainly gaining a lot, that how we can make our teaching and learning at the rural level participative and interesting. Because when students learn and enjoy learning, they are highly benefited. Really, sir, thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. We are highly benefited by your presentation, sir. Thanks a lot,
Thank
sir.
you, sir. Thank you,
sir.
to you.
Pooja, now we are going for second presentation. Pooja, are you listening?
Yes, sir, I'm listening. Sir, do we have our second resource person, Sir John Kandiri?
Yes, please check.
Okay.
Professor John.
No, sir.
Okay. Shall we proceed for the presentation?
Could we?
Shall we proceed for the presentations? Oral presentations?
Okay, if Professor John is not there, then there is no point in wasting our time.
Okay.
So, if Professor John joins in midway, we shall be inviting him. But to save our time, we start our presentations, oral presentations. Every presenter will be given 3 to 5 minutes. And please do not read the presentations. Try to emphasize your main point. So, Pooja, you may start inviting the presenters.
Thank you so much, sir. Now the moment has come to add a golden feather in the hat of success. We have a lot of young researchers and students today who are here for their presentations. They would definitely be delighted, and it will be a great learning experience for them. On that note, I would like to invite the first participant, Dr. Tripti Sharma, and her topic of presentation is ICT, Paving the Gap Between Educators and Learners, a Political Science Perspective. Dr. Tripti Sharma.
Pooja ma'am, you have to unmute her.
Okay, I'm finding her. Where is Tripti ma'am? I think she is not available right now.
Okay, Pooja, Pooja, go to second.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite next participant, Dr. Rashi Gupta and Dr. Krishnakant Gupta ji. And their topic of presentation is role of ICT in teaching and learning during COVID-19, now and afterwards. Ma'am Rashi Gupta.
Yeah, she's there.
Pooja ma'am, unmute her or make her co-host.
Okay, sir. One second. Rashi ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Ma'am, I would like to present my screen. Please allow me to do that.
Okay. One second. Ma'am, you can share the screen right now.
Okay, fine. So good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Dr. Rashi Gupta from JC Bose University of Science and Technology, Faridabad. The topic of my presentation is role of ICT in teaching and learning during COVID-19, now and afterwards. So humanity finds itself in a never before situation due to onset of COVID-19 pandemic, the rapidity of spread of virus, the innumerable ways in which it can be mutating has impacted every established system and institution, affecting the economy, social life and education of most of the world. Teaching, learning and evaluation, the vital and crucial academic activity of the educational institution, require meticulous planning, responsible execution, chiefly through teamwork and coordination and available resources. During COVID-19 pandemic, there has been complete transition from face-to-face to teaching learning to online teaching. Through there has been confounding factors to be addressed in such a large country with digital divide, diversities, complexities, and huge setup of HEIs. In order to follow corona protocols and COVID-19 appropriate behavior by maintaining physical distance, ICT, that is Information Communication Technology platform, originally designed and developed to put to use the variety of usage were extensively reconditioned and processed again for services. Continue to meet the business needs, face other challenges, and most importantly for online education. Using ICT, the people could use the knowledge bank repository for social well-being and develop an ecosystem to make our students employable. So the next generation learning for the students needs to be domain knowledge and technology, well profound with powerful experiences. Students should own their own learning. They should have holistic development. They should learn to achieve success, and there should be outcome-based learning. So all this can be done by using ICT in the present times. ICT serves as an educational information transformation tool. It creates a learner-centered environment with great perfection. Incorporating technology, as the importance of technology cannot be overstated, it keeps costs down and increases scalability. Infusing global themes throughout the curriculum, integrating data with multiple resources, records, learners' profile and progression through competencies, besides developing an inquiry-based structural framework, developing global-ready teachers and ensuring that. So the use of ICT, the ICT is being used at each and every level. For example, at institution level, they are being used for admission process, curriculum planning and delivery aspects, to involve a class guide and mentor system, maintaining teachers' diary, students and other stakeholders' feedback system. They're also used in students' assessment, teaching learning evaluation, students' examination and assessment, teaching learning process such as e-groups and phone groups. Also, self-learning through books and journals, internet, CD-ROMs, LMS, and computer-assisted learning. Now, the use of ICT at individual level. It keeps learners motivated, consistently redefining their abilities and teaching instructors to stay up to date with the knowledge. It builds capacity and competence along with the required knowledge and skill among the teachers and enables them to engage in 21st century learning skills. It infuses 3 R's, that is relevant, rigorous, and responsive curriculum, and engages them in 4 C's, which involves solving complex problems and utilizing critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. It helps in developing curriculum that is mapped through digital lecture solutions and are also available. Seeing is more potent than learning. So digital presentation makes teaching and learning interesting, helping teacher to up to date in enhancing the quality of work of both teachers and students. But we all know that each and every new thing comes up with few challenges. So similarly, ICT also has few challenges like inadequate computer literate teachers, inadequate ICT facilities, financial constraints. Technology use in the classroom can be a distraction also. Technology can distract students from social interactions. Technology can foster cheating. Not all students have equal access to technology. There are irregular power supplies in few areas, and also privacy is also a big matter. So in conclusions, to generate qualified and knowledge-oriented individuals, the curriculum must be innovative and properly delivered through an effective teaching learning process. Information of science and technology is essential for every nation's progress, and teacher educators take an active role in disseminating such knowledge. Government should expand educational funds for support of ICT programs like training the teachers programs on ICT computer skills acquisition. On 15 July 2020, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, on the occasion of World Youth Skill Day and 5th anniversary of Skill India Mission, while addressing the Digital Skills Conclave, asked the younger generation to skill, reskill, and upskill to stay relevant in the fast-changing world and market conditions. There is a complete transition from physical to physical or face-to-face mode to online mode in COVID-19 times, yet blended mode of education. Blending means classroom as blended with ICT with Indian customs and traditions, if used, will be the most informative, effective, and fruitful to the learners. So let us together meet the challenges and convert them into opportunities to enhance our education system. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the chair?
You can carry on.
Next, we have Dr. Manoj Singh, and his topic of presentation is Role of ICT in Education, Health and Society. Dr.
And
Manoj.
Pooja, you also asked whether Mr. Suresh is there.
Okay.
Next, he should be ready, no?
Dr. Manoj Singh.
No, Dr. Manju Singh. Dr. Manju Singh.
Manju Singh, sorry, Dr. Manju Singh.
Dr. Manju Singh is here.
Dr. Manju Singh?
Yeah, yes, I'm here.
Okay, please.
Just a minute. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Manju Singh. Can you hear me?
Yes, please carry on, madam.
Okay. So, theme of my presentation is Role of ICT in Education, Health and Society. I'm sharing. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, madam.
Yes. Okay. So, brief introduction is e-education, e-health is an attitude, a novel way of thinking, a state of mind, a global endeavor to improve education, health, and social status regionally and worldwide using information and communication technology. And in this, E stands for extension, that is scope of education or healthcare or social status beyond the conventional boundaries. In conceptual and geographical sense, e-systems enable stakeholders to easily obtain online services from providers which are present worldwide. These services can be from simple suggestions or advice to complex interventions, product provisions like pharmaceuticals, e-library, e-books. People gather information through ICT. And E also means empowering. I mean, strengthening of stakeholder knowledge in terms of medical facilities, personal records, accessibility, etc. E-health opens new avenues for patient-centered medicine, where decisions are made in a shared manner. And E also means easy to use. E-system is easy to use, entertaining, exciting, and is a need of the hour, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. So it should definitely exist. E also stands for enhancement. E-systems enhances quality with reduced cost and infrastructure. Main advantage of E-system in the society is to improve the efficiency of all the existing systems and with decreased cost. These are also evidence-based E-systems. The effectiveness of an E-system should not be assumed, but should be proven by rigorous scientific evaluation. So e-health or communication can improve behavioral outcomes. E-delivery system is being transformed by advances in information and communication technology. E-learning, e-healthcare, and all other e-systems by the empowered and computer literate people. These changes can impart positive results like improvement in decision-making, increased efficiency, and strengthened communication between stakeholders and the providers. Coming to e-education or the online education is changing the entire conventional education system. During COVID-19 pandemic, the education system in the entire world has no option but to adopt alternative online mode of education, as all the educational institutions globally were closed due to lockdowns, and the students could not attend the classes physically. Even World Bank is proactive in providing financial support for the development of online mode of education. Efforts are being made to ensure that students globally could be benefited via online mode of education. And education system is dependent on technology. So thus deploying education system with deployment of e-education in this system was a big challenge, especially for the developing countries. The teacher as well as the students are not stimulated to learn online. The technical and analytical subjects and laboratory work like practical experiments cannot be taught via online mode easily, though. E-learning courses can facilitate provision of education in the best possible environment for both teachers as well as for the students. And then coming to healthcare, recently, technology has become a major factor of competition in the entire healthcare industry. It is the quality of facilities which is significant in shaping healthcare programs. Precise detection and low-cost technology complement the need of hospital in an effective way. Technology in healthcare has saved numerous patients, and also quality of the life has improved immensely. Traditional and outdated paper-based health records have been replaced by latest e-health records. This helps patients to get access to their health record at just the click of a button. Electronic health records are easy to access. Electronic health records offer invaluable information to all those professionals who performed clinical research. An e-health system is beneficial in providing valuable insights about the spread of a health issue and enables quick and effective execution of preventative measures. Recording of data into electronic system takes less time than the conventional paper-based methods. It also lowers the chances of errors in recording patients' information, financial details, and their medical data. technology plays immense role has a profound impact on the society. It has made learning more interactive and collaborative, which helps people better engage with the material that they are learning. It gives better access to the resources with the help of internet. It gives us access to information with almost instantaneously. Students can take quizzes and exams more easily, and teachers are being able to hold online classes and can be very effective and convenient, especially in the pandemic times. Coming to the conclusion, and this new era of traditional style of teaching and learning is getting out of date. So the e-learning is the need of the hour. The use of e-learning among the learner as well as the professionals is useful and has positively impacted engagement and retention of learning. Technology and innovations are completely revolutionized the healthcare system also. We now have apps on phones that allows people to watch their weight, how many calories they can take, heart rate and other health properties any time of the day. There is increased accessibility of treatments available. There is a change in healthcare system that is beneficial for elderly, and hospitals are using advanced technology within their surgical rooms. So technology has facilitated many things in learning, healthcare, in job sectors, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Now my humble request to all the presenters, please do not read the slides. Give the crux of your talk instead of reading all the slides, because we have got shortage of time. Now, Pooja, we are giving only 3 minutes.
Okay, sir.
Because if they go on reading the slides, that does not, because we are able to see what it is there on the slide. Instead of giving a reading, they should give what they want to say, what is their conclusion of the study. So you can invite next speaker. I think Mr. Suresh is there.
Mr. Suresh, yes. I'm checking. I think, sir, he is not available. Suresh.
Okay, then we can call S.
Next, I would like
S. Parmeshwari.
S. Parmeshwari and P. Lango. And their topic of presentation is a novel hybrid routing model for energy efficient data dissemination of critical messages in Bennett.
S. Parmeshwari is there? No.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next, Manik Gupta is there?
Sir, Parmeshwari ji is available.
Okay, then.
Sir, I am unmuting.
Okay.
I'm asking them to unmute, but
because we are losing time, they should be prepared, no?
sir, they are not unmuting them. So
we can move to second one. No issue.
Okay,
give them,
okay.
You can invite Manik Gupta.
May I request Mr. Mani Gupta and Divya Bansal, and their topic of presentation is role of information communication technology in the education sector during COVID-19. Mani Gupta.
Please, Mani Gupta, are you there?
Good afternoon,
Yes.
sir.
Divya
Okay. You can
Bansal.
start, please.
I will request you to unmute
Yes,
Divya
yes,
Bansal
yes,
too.
sir. I'm unmuting Divya Bansal also.
And please do not read the slides. Please give the crux of your talk.
Yeah, okay, sir. Okay.
Very good afternoon to all the eminent dignitaries and research scholar present over here. I am Divya Bansal, former student of CRS University, Jean. I have co-written this paper with Mr. Mani Gupta, former student, CRS University, Jean. The title of our research paper is Role of Information and Communication Technology in Education Sector during the period of COVID-19, and our objectives of the study are as follows. To have an insight regarding growth and adaptation of education sector in respect of COVID-19 pandemic, to assess the benefits of digital education over the traditional way of imparting education, to enlist various effective suggestions to ensure continuity of productive education. The purpose of this research is to analyze the benefits of ICT on education, the role it plays in the education sector, the impact and changes it marks in the new study pattern post-COVID period, and how ICT comes to the rescue in stabilizing and resumption of various working sectors. This study is based on secondary sources of information gathered from various authentic websites, research paper, newspaper, and magazine articles. Now, I will be discussing the research methodology that we have incorporated in our research. Our research design is descriptive research design. It simply describes something such as demographic characteristic. Our data source is secondary data collected from various authentic website, journal, and e-content. The method of information is investigate plan because it was a fact-finding research. Moving on to the role ICT had on education sector during COVID-19, we have researched the benefits and impacts it had. Here, I would like to state some of the prominent changes. First is the customized learning experiences. In classroom teaching, students lacked confidence as their intellect didn't match with the peer learners. ICT customized individuals' learning experience. Next is learner-centered approach. E-learning makes education interactive and rewarding. It helps them in independent problem solving, become critical thinkers, and move in direction of developing more skills. Next one is formation of low context education delivery. In developed countries like UK, USA, the education delivery is very logical and action oriented, whereas in developing countries like India, it is more relational and descriptive. Next is integrative and blended learning. People are connected globally with tools like Zoom, Google Meet, and Microsoft Teams. Students can virtually connect at any time of the hour through different mediums like texting and video conferencing. Our next point is effortless making and sharing of notes. Digital learning saves a lot of energy, money, and time of students as they now don't have to make handwritten notes. Better tracking and progress evaluation. Auto-generated results report make students analyze their performance and come up with diagnostic approaches on their own. It makes them independent thinkers where they no longer need to be spoon-fed by the teachers. Our next point is fewer emissions. Students don't need to travel during online classes. This saves a lot of carbon emissions. Next is call for better opportunities. Students now have access to various esteemed courses from global institutes such as Cambridge and Oxford. Participation in national and international quizzes, competitions, and conferences are now far more approachable. Moving on, here we would like to provide some suggestions for the efficient and effective implementation of ICT. To analyze the systematic implementation and adoption of technology with no adverse effects and psychological imbalances, to carefully tackle the problems people still face in complete adoption of digitalization, to find ways to make it an opportunity to seek knowledge instead of having futile addiction, to provide teachers with necessities and required skills for better outcomes, to make networks more secure for users, to provide everyone with good and affordable internet connectivity. Concluding our research, we can say that digitalization isn't just an auxiliary force in contemporary world, rather it is an essential element in disasters such as COVID-19. The study discussed the benefits of ICT in education sector and the transitional patterns it brought. ICT has made learning readily available day and night with customized patterns, making education time efficient and cost efficient. Thus, this new era has strongly demonstrated the need. Thank you.
Okay. Pooja, you can invite Dr. Dharmender Singh. Dr. Dharmender Singh is here. Second last presentation, Dr. Dharmender Singh. Dr. Dharmender Singh is here. Dr. Lakshmikant S. Pathak is here, I think. Dr. Lakshmikant Pandey, Pathak. Yes, he is there. Dr. Lakshmikant. उनको अनम्यूट करो, उनसे बोलो. Dr. Pathak, are you listening?
Yes, I am audible.
Yes, sir, very much.
Yes, sir. I respect all the persons of management of Aggarwal College. Principal Sri, academic and non-teaching staff of the college, chairpersons, host Suklaji and Gujaji, all participants. My topic of the internal conference is role of ICT in health, education, social sector, administration, spreading awareness, etc. In the era of the technology, each nation is trying to harness creative potential of its citizens and particularly youth for national development. India has taken a number of significant steps and launched a program in recent past like Startup India, Make in India, and similar other initiatives. Creative youth is an asset to every nation. India has improved in global innovations, indexed significantly in past of few years. In India, young technological innovation and startup have also contributed significant for these phenomenal changes in the world. At present, India has been a forefront in promoting strong new technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship culture across sectors. Our government has taken series of measures across departments to make India as a hub of knowledge-driven enterprise. Right from the providing exposure for young innovators to invest in early stage innovations and startup. India has been a pioneer all over the world in creating various government schemes and building institutional mechanism by creating new technology and execute them effective and sustainable manners. Concept of role in ICT during COVID-19. The 21st century has been rightly termed as the digital era. Internet is bringing a substantial changes in our lives as well as are depend on other use of technology to even complete simple tasks. Many of us don't even remember the world that existed before digital technology emerged. Nowadays, it is easy to connect to the internet from any place in the world. Abundant information on any subject is available on such sources of YouTube, Facebook, Wikipedia, Google's, Instagram, etc. Now, third point is broad outline of role information and communication technology ICT during COVID-19. Higher education in India is today at crossroad. The accelerator of higher education started about 3 decades ago and it is still on. As the government of India has set ambitious target for graduate enrollment ratio, the availability of the financial resources of introduction, the new technology has emerged as a major obstacles in the achieve in the goal. Government resources are continuously shrinking and private investment in higher education is enabling. So it increase the quality of higher education has not resulted in quality of higher education. So focus give on such a thing. The new phases of learning has begun innovate various advanced technology like online courses, online examination, digital textbook, animation, etc. post COVID-19. The role of information and communication technology during COVID-19. COVID-19 outbreak has made a significant impact on the mental health, education, and the daily routine of students due to the situation in COVID-19. Many students are likely to suffer from stress, anxiety, and depression, so it is necessary to provide emotional support to the student. The COVID-19 related interruptions highlights key to challenges and an opportunity to further evaluate alternate measures in the education sector. Information and communication technology has come out as one of the key players in coming the COVID-19 situation in all over the world. National Mission of Education, ICT. The All India Survey of Higher Education 2018-19 report that India has 1993 universities are 39,300 colleges catering in 37.3 million students. So it is very huge students ratio. The number of colleges as per the...
Please, Pandeji, please summarize, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, I conclude the following.
Please conclude.
Yes.
Yes.
Government has integrated Swayam Prabha, National Digital Library, is Sudha, courses, virtual lab, and new education policy at present. Last but not the least, it is that the present time living without technology is like air. Each and every person is depend on the technology. Today's information and communication technologies such as computer, internet, wireless, network, smartphone, and other new developed communication infrastructures are playing vital role in development of higher education as well as our educational institutions. Thank you. Thank you.
Manoj sir, we have one of the presenter, Parshuraman Ilango, who wants to present his presentation.
Okay, just give us 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes, because next session is to start.
Okay, okay, sir.
Hello.
Unmute her.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, be within time limit.
Yes.
Who is S. Parmeshwari?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes,
Sir.
please
First of
carry
all,
on.
First of all, good afternoon to everyone joining this session. My name is Dr. P. Longo and my co-author S. Parameswari presenting this. This is a topic, it is highly technical. It is not directly related to COVID, but organizers still ask me to present in this session only. So my topic is novel hybrid routing model for energy efficient data dissemination of critical messages in VANET. So my proposed work is this is investigated concerns related to efficient transmission of data dissemination over a VANET vehicular ad hoc network model with minimum latency and maximum throughput in an energy efficient approach. So in this particular proposed method, we have used two approaches, hybridizing two approaches, one for k-means clustering, another one for it is a fuzzy engine to decide the reliability in the routing path. So this helps to improve the node to node communication as well as educate the receiver node well in advance possible diversions to alternative paths. So this is a VANET. Some of the applications we can see. So we need infotainment, prediction of time during traveling, smart city. A route can be identified during traveling, and road accident avoidance. From above this, the last application will take high priority, which is a road accident awareness. With the help of this VANET. This is the simple architecture of VANET. This is a road, and this is a vehicular ad hoc network. It is a simple network. So there is a car, and everywhere it is traveling. So our proposed method, which is helpful to avoiding that is accidents. So we have our proposed approach is that is hybrid energy efficient VANET routing protocol. This is a HEEVR. We are formulated with the following assumptions. So one assumption is to formulate the objective, the data source is considered to be a scene of interest or investigation, which may be an accident scene. The first vehicle approach is taken as a source node, and continuously it is following it. And delivery of information in the least possible time is considered to be important criteria of this particular approach. The last node or the destination is considered as the vehicle node, which is just before any exit path or the junction in order to provide an alternative path to the vehicle based on the broadcast information. So this is the graphical representation of our particular VANET architecture. And we have.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you. Kindly conclude it.
Yes, please conclude, sir.
Yes, madam. Okay. So these are all the parameters we have compared. And first, for throughput analysis, our proposed method is dominating other methods. And latency analysis also, it is better, our proposed approach. And again, packet drop analysis we have done. And compared to other existing method, our method is dominating. And data dissemination analysis, these are all the various parameters you can done. So finally, I can conclude it. So our improved VANET model characteristics by efficient data dissemination and energy efficient forms in the essence of this research work. A cluster-based k-means clustering and fuzzy decision model considering various critical attributes. Compared to connectivity hour routing model and cluster-based model, so our proposed model is superior performance has been observed in each case. Thank you. So these are all
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
May I request Dr. Manoj Shukla to close the session?
Okay. So all the presenters have given a very nice presentation. Professor Islam is there? Has he gone? Professor Muhammad has gone? Okay. So we conclude this session, the first technical session. All the presenters have tried to give a very good presentation, and we are really thankful for their participation, because it is a learning exercise. Both you and us gain in this exercise. So we shall be meeting in the second technical session. For 15 minutes we break up. Thank you. Thank you, Pooja, for a very nice session. Thank you.
For invited talks, we have two esteemed speakers. The first speaker is Prashant Pandeji, who is from Flinders University, South Australia. I welcome you on this platform, Prashantji. The second speaker is Kishore Chandra Satpathiji. He is Chief Librarian, Indian Statistical University, India. I welcome you too, Satpathiji. Apart from these two esteemed speakers, we have 10 oral presentations. So I would request the speakers to shower their words of wisdom in 20 minutes, please, so that we have 2-3 minutes for discussion also, if the participants have any queries regarding the deliberations which you will be doing. So without wasting much of time, I invite our first resource person, Prashant Pandeji, from Flinders University, South Australia, to deliver his talk, please. Prashant Pandeji.
Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen so people can see my presentation. Hopefully it's visible.
Yeah, it's visible, please.
On the screen. Thank you. Firstly, it's a privilege to be in this esteemed company. And thank you, Dr. Ramchandra, for inviting me here to speak. And thank you, Dr. Krishan Gupta, for chairing this session. So my talk is pretty much on how ICT changed the nature of library services delivery for Flinders University. So it's basically a case study of our own experiences during COVID, and as you all know, it's still evolving. So I will start by paying my respect to the traditional owners of the land on which I'm present here today, the Ghana people, and would like to acknowledge their elders past, present, and emerging. So the title of my talk is COVID, a catalyst for digital transformation, and my case studies around academic libraries, looking at the disruption caused by COVID-19, as well as the opportunities that COVID-19 presented, and which Flinders University Library has been able to really grab those opportunities, and it's visible from the results. So I will take you through this journey. A little bit about myself. I've had 16 years of experience leading digital transformation in public and academic libraries in Australasia. That includes Australia, Asia Pacific, as well as New Zealand. I'm pursuing my PhD at the moment, and my background is computer science. A little bit about Flinders University. We are a medium-sized university in Australia with around 27,000 students and around 3,000 staff. And we have been here for a while, established in 1966, and share our name with our namesake, Matthew Flinders, the great explorer. So as you can see from the slide, we pretty much inhabit the whole central belt of Australia, with our campuses as well as study offices from Darwin up north to South Australia, right south of Australia. It's an international university with more than 5,200 students across 90 countries. And as you can imagine, because of restrictions and COVID-19, there was a massive disruption in the student movement, and that has created a lot of disruption for Flinders University as well as other universities in Australia. So COVID-19, it's interesting that we are looking at, and I think it's quite topical to discuss not just the role of ICT but COVID-19. I remember 2019 when I started with Flinders University. I had not come across any business continuity documentation for any organization in the world which had COVID. Maybe WHO had something around pandemic, but COVID was an unknown. Now every man, woman, and child knows about COVID, vaccinations, tests, and that has become quite normal for our in our vocabulary and nomenclature. So this created a lot of disruption, and I will touch on higher education, and especially around academic libraries and how we have tried to come out of it. So my talk will divide this into three separate aspects. One is looking at from the processes point of view, systems, and most importantly from people. That's our users, being students, as well as our own staff. So this is a comparison between India and Australia, and pretty much you can see as it started picking up around February, March of 2020, and still continue to create havoc globally, including Australia and India. Australia has had 3 to 4 distinct waves, as it's clear from this diagram. The first one was very early in the piece, which was still the initial infections increasing, with the second one, which was more, an extension of that infection as the states started opening their borders. And finally, Delta, which started around September 21, which kind of morphed into Omicron, which is the last stage, which is on its rise in not all over the world, including Australia. So that pretty much is how I've also broken my talk to discuss how we as an organization matured through multiple waves of COVID. So the first wave hit us around, it peaked around April, but started having impact around March, end of March. And, pretty much went for a couple of months, which caused complete lockdown in various states, as you have experienced in India as well. And, it was something unprecedented. And while library was prepared, because majority of libraries globally have been on the digital transformation journey, this was unprecedented. And to be really honest, neither staff nor the organization itself was prepared to respond to the COVID as quickly as it emerged. So the university took a lot of steps. Lectures moved online. We had to close the library buildings. The data around the way the infection was spreading wasn't clear. And we had to move library staff and other staff across the university into working from home environment. Now that was very interesting because there are a lot of challenges when you are trying to transition staff, occupational health and safety issues, mental well-being, making sure that they have got the right technology in their premises, the broadband is working fine at people's houses, they have got ergonomic chairs and tables, and people are not putting themselves at risk by working in situations where they should not be working. So that was completely new for us. Things that you would have seen, a lot of signage went in, the 1.5 meter distancing came in. We had to make sure that we can provide safe working spaces for both staff and students. The first, disruption that happened in the library was access to the print collection. as we moved to digital. And that's where the technology really helped us move to the digital frontier. All our meetings, we are working, currently I'm presenting on Zoom, Teams, you name it. All of that became kind of synonymous with having meetings. All of a sudden, there was a change in student habits as well, where a lot of queries were handled face-to-face. As you can see, 2019, which is pre-pandemic, to 2020, which is during the COVID-19, there was a significant increase in the phone calls and the email queries that were coming in. So students were reaching out to us through digital means as well. Book a librarian appointment, which is a face-to-face service, significantly declined compared to 2019 numbers as students kept away from the universities, and a lot of staff were able to just manage these appointments online. This is a very interesting graph. It pretty much captures the essence of our digital transformation or digital delivery. So active reading list, that's the reading support available to the courses, increased from around 6,000 to just over 8,000 reading lists for the university, which was a significant opportunity that we were able to leverage. The interesting point is, we have been pushing for more than a decade to increase the online readings across the disciplines, but we have not been as successful. And as COVID came in, I think that was one of the silver linings of COVID, that there wasn't that much friction, or people were very keen to look at solutions around digital delivery, and this data pretty much captures that. So the first wave started receding, and we transitioned back to on-site, and it was staged in. Even up till that point, we were not sure whether that's the end of it or there are other waves coming. And we didn't have to wait too much. A few months down the track, we had a second wave. But the ICT infrastructure across the university, as well as in the library, improved significantly. We moved to 24/7 operations for which were in a self-mediated mode. So students were using the library spaces themselves, issuing their own collection, returning their books themselves. There was a significant increase in support requests from researchers, as they had more time to write publications as opposed to experimenting, which they weren't able to do because the labs were closed. And finally, we were also able to launch a new service to help academics find alternative accessible topics to support or scaffold their learning. And these services were well received. Other developments that we were able to leverage, we found a shortcoming in our spaces where there were not that many professional recording studios for academics as well as other professional staffs to record their webinars and other sessions. So library jumped on the bandwagon and was able to create 4 bookable recording studios, which were really helpful in supporting our online delivery. Secondly, we transitioned our group study spaces for students into individual study spaces, because while there was most of our courses went online, there were still students who didn't have the right environment in their home places, so they had to come into the university, but they still wanted a quiet space where they can enable their AV communications. So we were able to do that, and that was highly successful. We had to transition our email delivery or face-to-face services through a ticketing system, which was really helpful in then articulating the real demand to the senior management of the university. And finally, the digitization on demand was well received by the community, where we were able to digitize things that we were not able to procure in an electronic way for students who were studying remotely. A lot of this was enabled through two services or infrastructure that we invested in. One was we converted all desktop PCs into AV-enabled PCs, which had webcams, as well as we offered disposable or giveaway headphones and mics to every student who wanted to come in, just to make sure there wasn't spread of infection. And of course, there was a lot of focus on cleaning. And second thing was just to manage a 24/7 operations, which was self-managed. There was a lot of CCTV footage that helped us to provide a safe environment by keeping an eye on the security aspect. And secondly, also kept an eye that students were not all coming to one nook and corner. There was so we can manage segmenting of students to reduce the infections or possible infections. So the second wave led to a lot of improvements across all our processes. We, for example, were able to revise our business continuity document, which meant that from now onwards, we were better prepared to deal with such pandemics or the waves that come in. We were able to create a collection development guidelines, which has helped us to move to an e-preferred model of collection circulation. And we also were able to create the library annual report. And that also happened with all of the systems coming in place, things like SharePoint, Teams, for not just our internal communication, but for external communication, which would, in a normal environment, we would have struggled with the significant amount of change, both externally and internally, was very well received by our internal cohorts as well as by our external cohorts. A significant change, as you can see, significant change happened in user behavior. We were around 50-50 split between our online users and the people and the users on site, and we saw a significant change, which was around 70-40 effectively. The third and fourth wave, I think that's where I would like to bring to my slides to a conclusion, actually showed the maturity of the organization to respond. The learnings from the first and second wave help us not just deliver our services, but also bring some kind of normality to working, and technology played a critical role in enabling that. We were able to have morning teas, retirement celebrations, annual festivities, Christmas catch-ups around using technologies as teams as opposed to meeting online. So we brought some kind of normalcy to staff morale and the culture within the organizations. We had, for example, award ceremony, which we hosted completely online for students who participated in a survey. So, that's where I believe a significant technology has played a significant role in bringing the normalcy. It's taken time, but we are getting there. It's not over. We are still progressing down this path of our learning and evolving. Because my view is some of our changes and services and disruptions and the opportunities we have leveraged, I don't think any organization or entity will go back to pre-COVID ways of doing things. We have come a long way, and we are finally engaging in with the digital technologies as the way they should be. We might improve and we might move into a different space, but that's the trajectory we have taken. And that's my view, how we will be progressing forward. Finally, some early results. So we had a student satisfaction survey which we did during COVID times. One was in 2020 and the other one was 21. And in both survey results, Flinders University Library, because of its proactiveness, was rated as #1 by across 39 benchmark university libraries across Australia and New Zealand, which is a fantastic result during a time where we were learning on the fly. We were testing things, some things were working, some things were not. But it's a testament to the staff who persevered and the technology that really played an active role in helping us get to that results. And finally, I will leave you guys with this slide, which is a positive note around the increase in vaccination numbers globally. Australia is around 80% of fully vaccinated. India is crossing the 50% mark, which is very good news because the data clearly shows that while Omicron is spreading, because of vaccination, or people who are vaccinated are not getting as sick as people who are unvaccinated. So keep up this race, keep getting yourself vaccinated, and please spread the message. So that's pretty much the end of my talk, and I'm happy to answer any questions and have a discussion around how others have experienced COVID-19 in their organization.
Thank you, sir. It was a great pleasure to listen to you. And we are extremely grateful to you for creating so much awareness. Thank you once again. Now, our next resource person for the session is Dr. Kishore Chandra Satpathy, Chief Librarian, Indian Statistical Institute, India. Dr. Kishore Chandra Satpathy is presently the Chief Librarian and Head of Library Documentation and Information Science Division at Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata. He is also the in-charge Prasanta Chandra Mahalanobis Memorial Museum and Archives at the Institute. He achieved the present position with more than 24 years of professional experience serving as the librarian in prestigious national institutions like the National Institute of Technology, Silchar, and Indian Institute of Management, Indore. He was a Mortensen Associate at the University of Illinois, USA in 2014. He was the Indian Ambassador of International Librarian Network, Australia, Ambassador GAPS, UK, Associate Editor, DOAJ, and founder core committee member of NID Consortia. He has published more than 50 papers and has presented several papers at national and international conferences. He has edited 8 books and 5 proceedings. For his outstanding contribution to the field of library and information service profession, he was awarded Society for Information Science Young Information Scientist Award for 2006, Satkal Young Librarian Award for 2008, and felicitated by Punjab University, Chandigarh in 2015. On behalf of our organizing committee, I extend generous welcome to Dr. Kishore Chandra Satpathy. Welcome, sir, and thank you for your valuable presence at our conference. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Bhavna, for that kind introduction. Before I start my presentation, let me share my PPT. Is my PPT visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Yeah. Just 1 minute. Just to cross check, is it moving forward?
Yes, sir, it is moving forward.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Bhavna. First of all, let me thank Dr. Ramchandra for inviting me to this session. And I'm thankful to Professor Gupta, the principal of the college, for giving this opportunity to share my experience. Pandeji has made my work a little bit more simple because our experience with COVID-19 is similar to their university. Today, I'll be talking about the ICT initiative that ISI has taken for providing library services during COVID-19. This is our personal experience at ISI library. My agendas of presentations will be giving a brief introduction about ISI and its library and the role of ICT and library in information creation, dissemination during COVID, and role of ICT and library in fostering the research activities in the institute, and the role of ICT and library during the entire COVID period. Before coming to the presentation, let me give a brief overview about Indian Statistical Institute, as a lot of people are new to our institutions. Indian Statistical Institute was established in 1931 by Professor Prashant Mahalabis. It was started in a small laboratory room in Presidency College, Calcutta, with an annual budget of rupees 250, and now we have crossed the 250 crores as our annual budget. It is spread across 10 cities in the country. We have 8 scientific divisions, 3 associate institutions like International Statistical Education Center, which was established way back in 1950s with the help of UNESCO. This is primarily meant for providing statistical education to the developing countries. It is perhaps only one program which is still being continued and meant for international participants only. Then we have Advanced Center for Soft Computing Research and R.C. Bose Center for Cryptology and Security. Some of the major contributions of ISI to Indian subcontinent is that India's first indigenous computer was designed by ISI scientists way back in 1953. ISI is proud to host the first 2 digital computers of Southeast Asia, except Japan. That was way back in 1956 and 1959. Our founding father, the director, drafted the second 5-year plan, which laid down the industrial revolution in India. As you know, the first 5-year plan was focused on agricultural revolution in India, but the second 5-year plan was promoting industrial revolution in India. The introduction of the National Samples Survey was one of the pioneering work at Indian Statistical Institute. We also started statistical quality control movement in India. Apart from that, in recent years, optical character recognition in Indian languages is one of our major contribution. And one of our research group is actively working on the research aspect of cryptology. And talking about ISI library, ISI library occupies an unique place in the academic and research activities of the institution. The library maintains a network of 4 branch libraries located in the major cities of the country, that is ISI Delhi, ISI Bangalore, ISI Chennai, and ISI Tezpur. Apart from that, the library provides support services to some of our outlying centers that are located in Coimbatore, Giridih, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Pune, and Vadodara. And it is linkages with several national and international libraries in country and abroad. The ISI library also maintains one of the its kinds of museum in statistics that is called Prashant Chandra Memorial Museum and Archives, which holds an extraordinary source of original records related to the historical development of computing in India, historical developments of statistics and statistical quality control and planning in India. And ISI library is also one of the Eastern Regional Library for National Board of Higher Mathematics, that is NBHM of Department of Atomic Energy, Government of India. Coming to the point of COVID-19 and its impact in our educational setup and in libraries, the World Health Organization declared the novel coronavirus COVID-19 outbreak caused by SARS-CoV as a global pandemic in March 11, 2020. The lockdown imposed in our country starts from 24th January to 14th April 2020, and further it was extended up to 3rd May, which affected all aspects of our life. The pandemic also had a severe impact on all the academic institutions, including ours, which witnessed a complete shutdown in response to the lockdown measures. Throughout this crisis, the researcher and the staff members of Indian Statistical Institute across all of our locations have contributed to seeking solution by using their expertise in various domains for meeting the intrinsic needs of the society as a large. The library also played a major role in it. No, if you look into the library's experience, but to deal with such unprecedented outbreak of COVID and prolonged breakdown, library took some of the proactive action to combat this, so that institutions teaching, learning, research, and consultancy activities are not hampered. But no special academic support services were immediately ruled out, now with a focus on online learning and online resource or knowledge discovery. The research support services were increased by manifold. The request for off-campus use of resources through remote facilities was increased in manifold, and we were forced to attend these issues on a priority basis. The request for orientation programs on advanced literature search and request for workshop on plagiarism check were also increased in manifold. And we saw there is a high use of digital and open access resources in the due course of time. Immediately, the moment it was declared as a pandemic, and even before starting of the lockdown, we started reaching out our users throughout the country, because as I have already mentioned, we have libraries across the country. This is one of the initial letters that was written by me personally to reach out each and every stakeholder of the institution, that is all the faculty members, research scholars, staff, students, by providing them a right kind of information and forcing that the research and library activities are not hampered in any way. And we started providing notices in online platforms, so that by providing the exact links where they can find the relevant informations. And subsequently, the moment lockdown was declared, we could find that the students and faculty members were forced to work from home. Even all our staffs were forced to work from home. And we found that that our faculties are facing a little bit difficulties in finding out research grants to work on the COVID pandemic. Therefore, quickly the library took actions. We found out the research grants that were available worldwide, including in India, and we created a platform portal for this, and provided those information to our faculty members and researchers. And they find it very useful in their research work, because later on we found a lot of research grants from this kind of funding agencies. And this is some of the letters that we received from our faculty members. And talking about our response, specifically how ICT played a major role in that. I will divide my presentation into 3 parts. First part is creation and dissemination of information. As you understand, during COVID-19 pandemic, at the initial stages, there were a lot of misinformation was going in and around the country. People were flooded with lots of WhatsApp university information which were not correct. Therefore, library supported by some of our esteemed faculty members and researchers who worked very closely with UNESCO and created in the early stage a portal called CURE, that is COVID-19 Universal Resource Gateway, which provide on-time information about the resource about COVID-19. And immediately with support of UNESCO, we created another portal called COVID-19 India Information, which provide all official informations about COVID-19 that were available in different portals and platforms in India. Specifically, we highlighted this just to combat the misinformation that was going on in the country. One of our esteemed researchers started another project called ODO, an ontology of representation and publication of COVID-19 cases and patient information. And from the library side, we personally started disseminating information through our regular blog called Care Center, that is COVID-19 Awareness Resource Center, where we started providing the authentic information about COVID-19, the funding that were available for researcher on COVID-19 and all other related areas like different dashboards that were available, different research groups that were working worldwide in different aspects of COVID-19. And we started compiling about the information, about the articles or the research work that were published by ISI scientists in different newspapers or national or international journals through this portal. So these were a part of disseminating the information. In the second part of my presentation, I'll be focusing the ISI's response to COVID-19. It is specifically on fostering research activities on COVID-19. COVID-19 had a great impact on both teaching and learning aspect. Therefore, our researcher immediately responded to that, and library started partnering with them in providing the right kind of information, the data sets and the papers to them in online mode, so that the research activities are not hampered. And one of our esteemed researchers started COVID-19 India timeline, which was accepted of almost all by government agencies in India. This I am talking about the very early stages in the March, April, when we just started. There was a panic in the country, and our researcher helped in getting early warning systems, but will be the next phase when the COVID is going to be in the peak stage like that. And these are some of our faculty members who started working on modeling of COVID-19, which were greatly used by Niti Aayog and other government agencies. And some of our faculty started working on COVID analytics. And apart from that, the library focused on regular library services through online mode. Our major change in the strategy was more focus on e-resources than print resources. We started compiling all the free information that were available, because a lot of international publishers were generous enough to open their library resources to all the other users around the globe, and we started compiling them and sending them to our users in through online mode. And these are some of the online major resources which provided free resources, and we are glad to provide these things to our users. Apart from that, we started upgrading our institutional repository, because we could find the students were not in a position to come to the library. That's why whatever the resources that we had copyrighted, we started internally digitizing them and putting them in the institutional repository. And to understand the psyche of the students, how they are feeling internally, we organized the online of art and photographic competition from the library division, which was appreciated by all, and lot of our students participated, students, faculty members and staff members and their family members also participated in online mode. And some of the major steps that we took during this COVID-19, that we added a lot of online resources. So from a base of 527 journals, within a span of 2 years, we added more than 5,500 plus journals, so making it 6,000 plus journals. And a large number of library books were digitized, where we had copyright. More than 200 archival collections of PCM Memorial Museum and archives were digitized and put into the institutional repository. There was a huge increase in the use of remote access facilities, almost from 500 to 1,700. And now we increased our base for plagiarism software, which was earlier we had 80 license pre-pandemic time, and it was now more than 800 plus active users. And then we started promoting open access activities in the institutions. We signed a read and publish agreement with Cambridge, and we we started collaborating with PQDT, and a lot of other activities were taken during this period. And we could understand that our major interface with the students are in the digital format, because students are not coming to the library, users and faculty members are not coming to the library, because in initial stage library was closed. And in the later stage, we had several restrictions in the library while using things because of several government guidelines. Therefore, during this pandemic period, we had given a larger thrust on ICT and revamping our entire online presence. We revamped our library website. We revamped our entire Koha web OPAC, because earlier we thought that we focused only on giving the services aspect, but slowly through revamping the things, we planned that all the users will be able to access resources in their different platforms. Therefore, we focused in revamping the entire online presence. During this pandemic period, we created our faculty profile through IRINS, that is Indian Research Information Network systems, and all of our faculty publications and faculty profiles were mapped and provided to the outer world. And during this pandemic period, we focused a lot on in our outreach activities. We organized several seminar, conference, workshops in online mode, specifically focusing the requirements of our students and the fellow librarian colleagues. And in a process, we understand that this pandemic is going to prolong for a long way. Therefore, for showcasing the information that is available in the library or the research activities that is done at ISL level, we partner with LCBS Digital Commons platforms, and we are creating a new portal called ISI Digital Commons, where all our research activities will be showcased to the outer world. So final takeaway from this pandemic thing is all the libraries as a library professional who must be prepared for such kind of disaster. The form may vary from one to one, and we should create awareness towards that. And the maximum use of ICT in such a point of time is really helps us. Therefore, all the library professional as a library professional, we should focus learning more on information technology skills, and we should prepare free and open resources, credible, because a lot of resources are available that are not credible according to the needs and the requirements of the institutions, maybe through LibGuides, or this is the time that we should promote open access and open source of software in the institutions, which encourage and guide the students to use such kind of resources. And we should organize more outreach activities to reach out the user to understand their requirement. And we should explore the online world and be more creative and more innovative, so that we understand the requirement of the user and we are in a position to serve them in a better way. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity and listening to me patiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for an informative presentation. And it was a great pleasure to hear you talk about ISI's response to COVID-19. We must agree with you, more focus on e-resources as compared to print resources is the need of hour. We appreciate your efforts and thank you once again. Thank you, sir. Now moving towards inviting presentation. Yes, sorry, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, moving towards inviting presentations, I would like to request you all to kindly abide by the time. Each and every presenter needs to wind their presentation within 3 to 5 minutes time frame. Please kindly abide by the time frame. I would like to invite our first presentation on the title E-Learning is Born During COVID-19 Pandemic to be presented by Ms. Nisha Chaudhary. I would like to invite the author for her presentation. Ms. Nisha Chaudhary.
Bhavna ma'am, is my presentation is visible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Your presentation is visible.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Nisha Chaudhary, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, Aggarwal College, Ballabgarh. First of all, I will talk about the title of my paper is E-Learning is Boom During COVID-19 Pandemic. First of all, I will talk about the introduction part of my presentation, in which I will talk about the brief summary of my paper. In this paper, I will talk about the very important methods of comprehending the concept of e-learning and various goals, means, and constraints. So during COVID-19 pandemic, people around the world are dealing with constraints. During this bad time, e-learning provided a platform to meet the needs of various students spread all around the world. In this paper, I shed light on many facets of e-learning, which has become an increasingly important platform throughout the COVID-19 era. So first of all, the introduction, e-learning often, we already know the introduction that e-learning is often also known as online learning or electronic learning. It is a method of acquiring knowledge through the use of electronic technology on the internet. And it is also defined as a method of learning done via the use of online technology. Typically, e-learning uses the internet to provide the people with access to their relevant learning material. This kind of learning also allows users to access the required content from any location, from anywhere, from any remote area at any time. Online courses, online degrees, and various programs which are taking place in remote areas. So all these remotely done things, we can connect with those things with the help of e-learning process these days. So where there are various platforms to assist individuals with their chosen courses in order to attain intended aim. Just say we have various courses providers such as Vedantu, Vaijus, and etc. Now the various important points I have discussed in my paper are: is online learning a successful strategy? World and beyond, online learning during COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic has forever changed the education. How is the sector of education reacting to COVID-19? So there are various benefits we already know as we during this COVID-19 era, we faced various benefits in COVID-19. E-learning provided us various platforms with the help of which students in remote area can access to education with the help of electronic devices. So first of all, the best benefit of e-learning is its adaptability. Online degrees are less costly, develop critical abilities. Now I will talk about, as everything have plus and negative points as well. So e-learning also have some, during e-learning era, we also faced various difficulties while learning. So first of all, the first difficulty was create an atmosphere of seclusion, as because of overall growth of a student or any learner takes place in a particular environment. So because of this e-learning process, every student or every learner has secluded from the rest of the environment, which hampers the overall growth of a learner. Second point is self-discipline is required for online learning, because obviously during physical education, there are various authorities who look over at their students or learners, and instructors must receive further trainings, because without trainings, an instructor cannot instruct their students. So first of all, for providing e-learning education to other students, the instructor should have very good command on their training session. And prone to technical problems, because as every electronic devices faces various technical faults and problems, so we cannot save ourselves from them. So as a result, there are great time spent before of the screen. Now, so now I will talk about the positive educational changes as a result of COVID-19. First of all, blended learning is on the increase. Learning management systems are expected to become the new standard. Material for learning has improved. Collaboration work is on rise. So basically, the objective of my e-learning paper was that objective of e-learning enhances the quality of learning and teaching, meet the learning style and need of students, improves the efficiency, effectiveness, and improve user accessibility and time flexibility to enhance learners in the learning process. And now finally, I will talk about the conclusion part of my paper, that e-learning has been proven to be a critical point in the convergence of learning and technology since its debut. It offered a plethora of possibilities, but at the same time, it came with a catch in the field of education. There are benefits and drawbacks to online learning. However, technical development have reached new heights and are continuing to do so. E-learning platforms have evolved in never before seen ways, adapting themselves to meet the needs of today's world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Nisha Chaudhary. Now, our next presentation is on the title Recent Trends in Indian Telecommunication Industry, to be presented by Ms. Pinky Gupta and co-authored by Dr. Kiran Chanda. I would like to invite the author or co-author to present their presentation. Ms. Pinky Gupta or Dr. Kiran Chanda?
Good afternoon, everyone. Ma'am, may I share my screen?
Yes, ma'am, sure. Dear participants, kindly abide by the time, as we are falling shortage of time. So please present your presentation within a time frame of 3 to 5 minutes. Thank you. Yes, ma'am, you can start.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My today's presentation is on the topic recent trends in Indian telecommunication industry. Times have gone when mobile phones were purchased as a product of luxury. Today is the time of information technology, where each and every work is associated with technological assistance. Cellular phone is being seen as an effective tool in growing and developing economies as the basis of communication. It has become an inseparable part of any business organization also. The paper entitled Recent Trends in Indian Telecommunication Industry is an attempt to uncover the layers of recent changes among the different service providers in India. It has been said that mobile phone have become an integral part of human life, human everyday life. In particular, unlike other technologies, mobile phones are being used without any training in every place and in every situation, even on move. This makes it essential that mobile phone interface be built to be intuitive and usable to users. This has been seen as an effective tool in growing and developing economies. This sector has shown impressive growth during the past decade. The rapid growth can be attributed to the various proactive and positive policy measures taken by the government, as well as dynamic and entrepreneurial spirit of the various telecom service providers, both in private and public sector. The main objective of this paper is to present the current position of various telecom service providers in India and to study the recent trends about these service providers. To achieve these objectives, information was collected by using secondary data, which was collected from the official site of TRAI, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, related to the present position of various telecom service providers in India and their recent updates. Present position of wireless operators. The country's telecom regulator is Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, that is TRAI. According to TRAI, as on 29th February 2020 in India, the total number of telephone subscribers were 1.18 million. There were 1,160.59 million of wireless subscribers and 20.26 million wireline subscribers. In this graph, it has been clearly shown that total wireless subscribers were 1,144 million in July 20, which was increased to 1,147 million in August 20. The monthly growth rate registered was 0.33%. If we compare urban areas to rural areas, the monthly growth rate of urban areas registered 0.69%, while in rural areas, it was minus 0.10%. Total number of urban subscribers rose from 620.68 million to 624.93 million, while rural subscribers showed a decline from 523.50 million to 522.99 million during the same period. If we talk about wireless tele density in India, the wireless tele density in India showed an increase from 84.56 in July 20 to 84.77 in August 2020. The urban wireless tele density increased from 133.64 in July 2020 to 134.33 in August 2020, while rural tele density was decreased from 58.91 to 58.83 during the same period. Now have a look, assess service provider wise market shares in terms of wireless subscribers as on 31st August 2020. Service provider wise assess in terms of wireless subscriber has been shown in this pie chart as on 31st August 2020. In this message, Bharti Airtel Limited has reported the wireless subscribers, including the subscribers of Messrs Tata Tele Services Limited. Reliance Jio seems to be the market leader, having 35.08% market share, while Bharti Airtel occupies 28.1% market share. Vodafone Idea covers 26.5% of the market share only. If we compare private sector to public sector undertakings, private sector occupies 89.35%, while public sector occupies 10.65% of the market share. Now, service area wise monthly growth rate of wireless subscribers in the month of August 2020. In this graph, service area wise monthly growth rate of wireless subscribers have been depicted in the month of August 2020 state wise. Almost every state reported a except 3 states, which are West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, and Jammu and Kashmir. As service provider wise market share of wireline subscribers as on 31st August 2020. Market share of wireline subscribers as per SS service provider wise has been shown as on 31st August 2020. In case of wireline service providers, BSNL seems to be having the highest market share with 39.84%, which was followed by Bharti Airtel with 21.86%, MTNL, Reliance Jio, Tata Tele, and some other telecom service providers.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Now, maximum market share of wireline subscribers as on 31st August 2020, followed by Bharti Airtel, MTNL, and Reliance Jio. Reliance Jio holds the maximum market share of the wireless subscribers as on 31st August 2020, which were followed by Bharti Airtel, Vodafone Idea, and BSNL at the 4th number. Except 3 states, namely West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, and Jammu and Kashmir, all the states have shown monthly growth rate in number of subscribers. Last but not the least, wireless subscribers in rural areas were decreased from July to August 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, our next presentation is on the title, A Study on the Consumer Behavior Towards Green Marketing Practices, with a special reference to Jin City, to be presented by Ms. Richa Verma. Ms.
Yeah,
Richa
ma'am.
Verma, kindly start your presentation. And
Yeah, I'm
please
just sharing my screen. I'm just
Yes, ma'am.
sharing my.
And you have to present within 3 minutes. Huh?
Okay, ma'am.
So kindly present the crux only.
Okay, I'm just presenting the, but sharing the screen option is not coming. Just wait. Is my PPT visible to everyone?
No, ma'am.
Is it now or
no?
Not now?
No.
Oh my God. Should I start my video too and sharing the screen? Share screen. Study of green market. Now?
Madam,
It is.
Madam, you just speak about what you want to say in your PPT.
Okay, sir. I'm just giving the conclusion that why I have taken this topic.
Yeah, sure.
So, I remember once MS Swaminathan, the father of Green Revolution, told that the future war of the future will be won by the healthy bodies and healthy mind, and not by arms and immunity. And we all have seen that COVID-19 has unleashed showed the power of this statement, because after this COVID-19, people are becoming more and more conscious about their health. They are focusing more what to eat now and the various product is coming from. So basically, my paper tried to identify the level of awareness, perception, and preference of consumer towards this organic product. So I have conducted this study in Jean because I reside in Jean. So this is my main objective of the paper. And the objective were basically to survey the awareness level of consumers regarding green products, find out the perception of the consumer regarding green products, and to discover the factor that influence the consumer for buying the green product. So I conducted a survey on 120 people. From the gene, it was by convenience sampling. I took a convenience sampling method. The secondary data required for the study was collected from the journal and internet. And the collected data was tested with suitable statistical technique. So when I collected the data in my study in 120 people, 53 were male, 53% were male, and 47% were female. Then later on, talking about the level of awareness about green product. So 55% were completely agree that they are aware with this concept organic. But 35% were partially agree with this statement, and 10% people were say that they are unaware about this this organic term. Then talking about the sources of information of green product, 45% people state that TV and internet is the main source through which they are getting the information about the organic product. 12% people were just taking the information from magazines, and from the friends and relative, 20% people were saying that they are getting informations about the organic product from their relatives. Regarding the perceptions of prices, because people are, although they are very conscious about their health, but they are very price sensitive, and 74% people accepted that the prices of the organic products are higher than the other products which are available in the market. 12% people are saying that they have no effect on the price, means the same as an other product, and lower level means other person were saying that the price are okay. 8% people were saying that prices are okay of this. So then when I discuss about the why people are purchasing eco-friendly product, so health benefit was the main opinion of the people. 67% people were saying that they are having organic product just because they are very focused about their health. So finally, I'm coming to the conclusion that after this, I got a conclusion that the study reveals that the decision-making process of consumer is influenced by the green promotional campaign of the company. People are saying that there is a lack of information of organic product in the market, and the product are not easily available in the market. And people are saying that although they are highly health conscious, but still prices of the organic product are really high. So marketer therefore have to devise an effective strategy for educating and promoting green organic products among the consumer. So this is all I have made very concise of this due to the shortage of time. And I think my PPT is also not visible.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Our next presentation is on the title Impact of ICT on Learning, a review of research, to be presented by Ms. Shilpi Goel. I would like to invite the author to present her paper. Ms. Shilpi Goel.
Hello, Bhavna ma'am, my PPT is visible or not?
No, ma'am, your PPT is not visible.
Hello, good afternoon to all of you. My name is Shilpi Goel and my topic is the impact of ICT on learning, a review of research. Firstly, I will discuss your introduction of my topic. With the advent of the computer, the founder of the world modern ICT and the promising power of computer-based teaching and learning, many researchers and funding organizations have been led to invest heavily in investigating the possibility of computers replacing teachers' minds, teaching roles. In addition, average syndrome also leads many to believe that computers should be brought to the educational arena because they exist and the result of the funding is made. Students will benefit greatly from computers by providing them with software and hardware. Next is the scope of the review. This review aims to explore and understand the methodology used by researchers to study the impact of ICT on learning. The findings of these research studies will help to assess its effectiveness in student learning outcomes and implication of further education and research. The main aim of the ICT is to help students to become competent and confident users who can use their basic knowledge and skills required to assist them in their daily lives. Then next, my conclusion. The timing has never been better for using technology to enable and improve learning for all the levels, in all the places, and for people of all backgrounds. Learning dashboards and collaboration and communication tools can help connect teachers and families with the instantaneous tools. By using the ecosystem model, the schools can be considered as a place where the dynamic interaction of species are intertwined with the system. It has also emphasized the fact that any invasive species may need to adapt to the ecosystem but can change the ecosystem and its native species. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Shilpi, ma'am. Our next presentation is on the title A New Horizon in Teleconsultation, a case study of e-Sanjeevani, authored by Dr. Gagandeep Kaur and co-authored by Dr. Sukhdev Singh. I would like to invite the author or co-author to present the paper. Dr. Gagandeep Kaur or Dr. Sukhdev Singh?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, good afternoon to all of you. My name is Dr. Gagandeep Kaur from Multani Modi College, Patiala. And the topic of my presentation is all about the telemedicine. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible.
Okay, the topic is A New Horizon in Teleconsultation, a case study of e-Sanjeevani. So these are the contents which I'm going to discuss. And regarding the telemedicine, the term
sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt you, but I would request you to kindly just present the crux of the presentation.
Let me start.
Yeah.
I know that we are having a lot of time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
much.
much.
Wind it up in as soon as in simple words. So the telemedicine basically is a platform where the doctor and patient meet virtually to get the treatment. And the rationale behind the telemedicine is to provide a clinical support particularly to the rural and far-flung areas to overcome the distances, overcome the hurdles of distance and time. So it was quite unpopular earlier, but during the COVID, as the cases surged, the government was mandated to devise a new guidelines in order to provide safe and secure medical treatment to the parties involved. So I'm skipping the brief history of telemedicine, though it was started in 1996. I will discuss only about the recently guidelines issued by the government on e-Sanjeevani OPD. So basically, there is a transformation of medical care which is given to the people. Like now we can access the medical facility while sitting at home. There are few benefits of telemedicine, like it has the accessibility has increased, and now the secondary expenses has reduced, which makes the treatment in low cost, and it saved the time. And particularly this telemedicine has facilitated the people who are living in the remote and rural areas. So coming to the e-Sanjeevani, as per the reports which are published by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So according to the report, the e-consultations on the e-Sanjeevani has reached up to 1.2 crores. So this happened due to the acceleration of, due to rise in the COVID cases. So e-Sanjeevani provides the medical health in two modes. e-Sanjeevani Ayushman Bharat Health and Welfare Centers, where doctor consult with the senior doctor in the super specialty hospital. Means the doctor who is residing in the rural area, he can contact to the doctor who is at the super specialty like PGI and Apollo or multi-specialty hospitals. And another mode was the e-Sanjeevani OPD mode, where the patient consult the doctor himself through the with audio or video conferencing. He can post the e-records or upload the e-records on the portal given by the government. So this is the e-consultation portal which is provided by the government. Here we can say that this is the total consultation hours and the doctors present at that time who are attending the patients. So on an average, the patient wait time is 6 minutes and 31 seconds. So this is the process where the patient have to register on the online portal and he have to verify his phone number and get the OTP. And once if he want to upload the documents, he can upload on the portal and he have to wait for the login ID, patient ID. Once he receive the patient ID, the virtual queue is created. And after entering the virtual creator, the person can make a video call or can audio call to the doctor and he can get the e-prescription from the doctor. So this is the data which is shown on the e-Sanjeevani portal. In India, around 1.2 crore e-consultations have been taken around September 2021. And here we can say that about 68 lakhs were doctor-to-doctor consultation, whereas the doctor-to-patient consultation were near about 51 lakh. So we can say if I'm taking just 15 leading states that are that used e-consultations during the COVID time. So Andhra Pradesh was the first, and Punjab hits on the 15th rank. Though it is on the 15th rank, but as compared to its earlier data, this is the cases. You can say the e-consultations have improved a lot. Now, coming to the conclusion, telemedicine though has emerged. It's a life-saving platform during the pandemic. We all know that the private and civil hospitals denied the open OPD to the patients. And at that time, e-Sanjeevani was the only platform that came into action, and the patients got the treatment from the doctors through this e-Sanjeevani online portal. Then the data also reveals that Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, these were the top leading users of the consultations, whereas the Punjab ranked at a 15th rank. So now there is a lead after analyzing the data. There is a need to establish more telemedicine centers and to spread awareness among the masses. And also the government and medical practitioners, they should give due importance so that we can run this new telemedicine system parallelly with our traditional system. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for an informative presentation. Our next presentation is on the title, Importance of ICT in Academic Library in COVID-19 Era, authored by Dr. Kartik Panchal and co-authored by Dr. Anjana Barot. I would like to invite the author or co-author to present the paper, Dr. Kartik Panchal or Dr. Anjana Barot.
Dr. Anjana, please unmute yourself.
Dr. Anjana. Sir, shall we proceed towards the next presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Jyoti Gupta.
Our next presentation is on the title, Impact of Information Communication Technology, Tools in Online Teaching and Learning, authored by Ms. Jyoti Gupta and co-authored by Ms. Bhavna Kaushik. I would like to invite the author or co-author to present the paper.
Good afternoon to all. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon to all. Myself, Bhavna Kaushik, and topic of our presentation is impact of ICT tools in online teaching and learning. So ICT is similar to IT with the aid of communication technology. This compromises of internet, wireless networks, and other communication medium. During COVID-19, we all are closed at home and we have only one option left, that is online learning or online teaching. So what is ICT tools? ICT tools are digital tools. These are software and applications that can be used for different purposes. Each ICT tool has its own purpose, such as tool for creating information, tool for editing images, tool for making mind maps. In our research paper, we have divided ICT tools in 4 major categories. First is informative, collaborative, constructive, and communicative. Informative tools. Informative tools are applications that provide large amount of information in various formats such as text, graphics, sound, or videos. We found information on internet in the form of YouTube videos, Wikipedia. So these are informative tools where we can find variety of information in various formats. Constructive tools. Constructive tools let us construct our knowledge base or to construct our information in our particular ways. So majorly used constructive tools are Microsoft Word or PowerPoint, where we can construct our knowledge or we can deliver to the students. Communicative tools. Communicative tools are tools that allows us to communicate between teachers and students. So these tools removes the barrier of physical classroom, and examples of communicative tools are email, electronic bulletin board, chat, teleconferencing, or smart boards. Collaborative tools. Collaborative tools are tools. These are the emerging category in the collaborative tools, and these with the help of these tools we can conduct online meetings, discussions, or we can disseminate the information between the various people which are working on the same project or same group. So these are various ICT tools that are currently using in education field are desktop, laptop, projector, printer, scanner, or internet, web boards, etc. Categorizations of online learning. We can categorize online learning in the 4 major categories. First category is using internet. In this category, we actually learning is possible only with the help of internet. Internet is the backbone for this type of learning, and we can use internet to watch online lectures or deliver lectures. Second is device-based training. In device-based training, internet is not required. We actually all the data is in a pen drive. Student can watch this data at any time, and internet is not barrier. Mobile devices and digital tools. In this type of learning, mobiles are used for online teaching. Students take their lectures from mobile devices and they watch their lectures on mobiles. Virtual classroom. So these are the class. This category belongs to our such as Google Classroom, MS Teams, from where we can conduct our class in a virtual manner. Benefits of ICT for teachers.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Kindly present the crux of the presentation, please.
Okay. These are cons of using ICT. ICT is expensive and technology dependent. It may lead to unemployment. In conclusion part, we have concluded our research paper by saying that ICT is very useful in the current scenario, but teachers and students still need training. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now our next presentation is on the title An Awareness and Utilization of Electronic Information Resources in Chanakya National University Library, Bihar, India, a case study, authored by Mr. Gyan Vivek and co-authored by Dr. Bhavnath Pandey. I would like to invite the author or co-author to present the paper. Mr. Gyan Vivek or Dr. Bhavnath Pandey.
No, ma'am. No one is there.
No one is there. Okay. Our next presentation is on the title ICT-enabled government initiatives in education during COVID-19 pandemic in India, to be presented by Ms. Gurpreet Kaur. I would like to invite her for her presentation. Ms. Gurpreet Kaur.
Gurpreet ji, there are 3 entries on your name. Please raise your hand. Okay, I am unmuting you.
Yes, sir. Yes. Share screen option is not available.
Now, try now.
Okay. Just a minute.
Yes, your screen is visible.
Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am. Your screen is your PPT is visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Gurpreet, Assistant Professor in Fashion Technology, Multani Mal Modi College, Patiala. So here I am going to discuss my paper on ICT-enabled initiatives. So, due to the outburst of novel coronavirus, the educational sector has been forced to shut all the buildings of education across the world to avoid the spread of infection among the students. In this time of universal school closure, Ministry of Human Resource and Development and its associated institute took some initiative under the subject Let's COVID-19 Not Stop You from Learning. The present research is exploratory and cover the initiative of the Government of India that contribute to making the education sustainable for all during COVID-19. Some of the online platforms are already in existence like Zoom, Classroom, etc. But the rate of access is increased approx 5 times. Online digital apps, TV, radio help to access these digital platform of the government to reach everyone. Here I would like to discuss directly the crux of my paper. Some ICT related enabled governmental initiatives are. First one is Diksha. It's a online national platform for the teacher. Teachers can access this portal for their professional training. Variety of courses are available on this portal for their holistic development. Learning session of all the states are in millions. Here the data of all the states are in top 10 states are. First one is Rajasthan. The learning session of the Rajasthan is around 52 millions approx, and the data of the next state is 47 million around. So next initiative is SWAYAM. SWAYAM is also an online portal. Anyone can access this portal through this link. Variety of courses from the class 9 to post graduation is available on this portal free of cost. SWAYAM is already in existence, but the rate of the access is increased by 3 times during COVID-19. Next initiative is SWAYAM.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am.
Okay.
Kindly present the crux of your presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So, educational sector faces a lot of challenges due to the outburst of COVID-19 to ensure the quality and quantity of learning. ICT is only key to overcome all the challenges due to the ICT. The pandemic period has become to the digital revolution in field of education. ICT helps to promote the digital learning as well as, but many of the students have several benefits to seek the flexibility while attending the classes physically. Now they can find the online content and courses according to their need. So in this way, each and every ICT enabled initiative of the government had help everyone in the continuity of teacher learning process. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now our next presentation is on the title South-South Economic Cooperation with a special reference to regional trade agreements, to be presented by Ms. Vasudha Jolly. Ms. Vasudha Jolly. Yes, ma'am, your presentation is visible now. Vasudha ma'am, you are not audible. Your presentation is visible, but you are not audible.
Please unmute yourself, Vasudha ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Just 1 minute, please. Yeah. Ma'am, I will concise my presentation within 3 minutes, so please allow me.
Okay.
Good afternoon, one and all. I am Vasudha Jolly, Research Scholar, Department of Economics, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. The topic of my presentation is South-South Economic Cooperation with special reference to regional trade agreements. The word South-South Cooperation is a broader framework for collaboration among countries in the South at the political, economical, sociological, cultural, environmental, and scientific level. It is regional, sub-regional, interregional, or bilateral in origin, and may involve 2 or more developing countries for sharing knowledge, skill, and resources. South-South Economic Cooperation refers to any activity or policy of the developing country that favors commercial dealing with 1 or more developing countries. Due to constraint of the time, I'm skipping the review of literature part. The main objective of our studies are to provide a brief review of South-South Economic Cooperation, to examine the nature and extent of trade cooperation amongst 4 regional groups, that is ASEAN, BIMSTEC, BRICS, and SAARC. For this purpose, I collected secondary data from UN database from 2015 to 2020 for 4 regional groups, that is ASEAN, BIMSTEC, BRICS, and SAARC. The collected data was statistically evaluated in MS Excel. Moving to the first regional group, that is ASEAN, which stand for the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. The table 1 shows that the import, export, and trade balance of ASEAN member countries, and reveal that average import of ASEAN nations have been showing an increasing trend from 2015 to 19. However, in 2020, the import of the member countries start declining, whereas the average exports vary from time to time. On looking at the country-wise import contribution, it was found that Vietnam has been a major importer, followed by Thailand and Malaysia. However, country-wise export contribution shows that Indonesia has been the major exporter from the followed by the Thailand and Vietnam. The second regional group is BIMSTEC, which stands for the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, and established in 1997. Table 2 represent the share in the import and export of BIMSTEC member countries from 2015 to 2020, and it was found that India is the major importer and exporter, having highest mean value, followed by Thailand and Bangladesh. The third regional group is BRICS, that stands for Brazilian, Russian, Indian, Chinese, and South Africa emerging economies. Table 3 represents the share in import and export of 5 BRICS member countries from 2015 to 20, and it was found that the average import and exports of BRICS nations have been showing a mixed trend from 2015 to 2020. Looking at the country-wise import contribution from 2015 to 20, it was found that China has been a major importer and exporter, followed by the India and Russia. Moving to the fourth and the last regional group of the study, that is SAARC, which stands for the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, which was established on 1995. The table shows the table 4 represent the share in the import and export of the 5 SAARC nation countries from 2015 to 2020. It was found that India is the major importer and exporter among all the SAARC nations, having the highest mean value, followed by the Pakistan and Bangladesh. Apart from the above finding, it can be concluded that out of all the regional groups, BRICS is the highest and largest importer and exporter in the world from 2015 to 2020. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. So this was our last presentation for the session. I would like to conclude the session. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If two of the presenters were not available, if they are available, kindly just announce. If they
Yes,
want to
sir.
present, we can give them a chance.
Yes, sir. Mr. Gyan Vivek and Dr. Bhavnath Pandey are not present in this meeting. And Dr. Anjana Barot is present in the meeting, but she is not responding. Dr. Anjana Barot. Dr. Anjana Barot, if you want to present the paper, please raise your hand. Dr. Anjana Barot. Dr. Anjana Barot. Kindly raise your hand if you want to present. Vineet sir, are we getting any response?
No, ma'am.
Yes, sir. So we are not getting any response from Dr. Anjana Barot.
Okay, Vineet.
Yes, sir.
Before I summarize the session, can you request the delegates who are on board to make their cameras on so that we can have a group photograph?
Yes. I request everyone, please switch on your camera for a group photograph. Thank you.
विनीत वो बड़ी तो विंडो नजर नहीं आई जिसमें you can see several faces?
सर वो मेरे एंड पे तो है सर, इंडिविजुअली होती है, हम लोग कर सकते हैं व्यू में, गैलरी व्यू.
अच्छा अच्छा, you have done that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Bhavna. You conducted the session nicely. And
thank you, sir.
Since I have been assigned the responsibility of chairing this session, so I was present throughout. We had two very valuable and informative talks delivered by Prashant Pandeji and Kishore Chandra Satpathy ji. In fact, we had put 10 oral presentations in this session, but as Bhavna was saying that two of the papers could not be presented, maybe they were not available. So in summary, I can say that we had 2 invited talks and 8 oral presentations in this technical session too. I listened to all the presentations and the very valuable and informative talks by our esteemed speakers. One thing I can say that it covered a wide spectrum, because we have speakers speaking on various topics. Maybe someone were talking about the government policies, and a lady from Jeans, she was talking about that regional thing which she had observed there. So I think this session has truly justified the purpose of this international conference, because the title is Role of Information Communication Technology During COVID-19. So COVID-19 impacted almost all spheres of life, whether it is teaching, though teaching was most badly affected by this. Maybe it is the health, service sector, transport, tourism, and whatnot. So there was a variety in the presentations. So this way the speakers and the presenters, they could touch upon the various fields which were impacted by COVID-19. So once again, I thank the speakers and the oral presenters to make this technical session 2 a success. And I thank the organizers, the convener, co-convener, organizing secretary, and the organizing team for providing me this opportunity to chair this technical session. Thank you very much. Over to Bhavna.
Thank you, sir. Now, to conclude the session, I would like to extend my heartiest thank you and our heartiest congratulations to sir for achieving the award, and thank you each and every participant for your valuable time and for your valuable input in this session. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you all.